Chapter 1856. Her personality has basically collapsed. As long as there is no serious external stimulation, she will always be our slave. Castor said with a smile. Is that so? In that case, remove all those things from her body. Saito thought for a while and said, Yes. Castor agreed. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the magic effects on Saber's body were immediately lifted, and she fell to the ground involuntarily. Plop! Then, Castor pointed at Saber with one hand, and the toys that were attached to her body with medical tape exploded and turned into some residue from Saber's body and fell to the ground. And, feeling the change in her body, Saber, who was in a daze, instinctively made a low moan. I still want. Saber mumbled after 2 to 3 seconds. She was still in a daze. Master Chung, please meet Saber's request. Castor suddenly said. And Saito heard the words and looked at Castor in surprise. Although she has the help of Ryder's erotic dream, in terms of subjective consciousness, Saber still lacks the perception of you. Although this does not prevent us from commanding her. After all, there is still a lack of insurance. So, Master Chung, you'd better meet Saber's request and exchange body fluid with her. This can also reduce some of my magical power consumption. Castor calmly stated, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. You're not jealous? Saito felt a little stunned and couldn't help but ask. Who knows? When he heard Saito's question, Castor smiled gently. His face showed an admiring smile, and his tone was full of firmness as he replied. Everything is from Master Chung. For our final victory. Hearing that, Saito suddenly reached out and took Castor in his arms, bowed his head and kissed his lips fiercely. Then he sent his tongue over and tangled with Castor fiercely. And Castor let out a low groan in his throat. Master Chung, take Saber with you. Remember not to satisfy her all at once. Stop from time to time. He imprinted his existence into Saber's consciousness through language. Only in this way can Saber be completely under our control. After a while, Castor said in a soft tone, Got it. Saito nodded in response. And remember to go back to your room to sleep tonight. I want to replenish your mana. Then, Saito put her head close to Castor's face. He whispered into her ear. After that, he didn't wait for Castor's reaction. He pinched her bouncy butt and moved away from her. He walked to Saber, who was still in a daze, and bent down to carry her in his arms. Then he strode out of the basement. Lord Chung. Looking at Ito, who quickly left the basement, Castor whispered in a slightly annoyed tone. However, this situation didn't last long. In 3 or 4 seconds, Castor returned to her previous appearance, went to Shinji Tatsuki, who was thrown aside, and began to complete the task that Saito had previously assigned. On the other side, after a short walk, Saito returned to the bedroom with Saber in his arms and kicked the door. Bang! Then, Saito locked the door and set up a soundproof barrier in the room. Then he walked to the bed with Saber in his arms and gently put her on the bed. Oh, I want. As soon as she touched the sheets, Saber, whose skin had become extremely sensitive due to the recent treatment, once again let out a low moan. She uttered seductive words that made one's blood boil. Seeing this, Saito didn't hesitate. He took off all his clothes with a chuckle, turned over and laid on Saber's body, bowed his head and kissed Saber's lips, probably because she had received too many times in her lewd dreams. As soon as Saito's tongue reached out, Saber instinctively greeted it, and warmly entangled with Saito's tongue. At the same time, she made a soft sound full of satisfaction in her throat. Then, Saito's palms moved, wandering on Saber's body, stroking and touching all the sensitive points on Saber's body. Then a clearer and stronger whisper came out of Saber's mouth one after another. Then a faint crimson luster also appeared on Saber's skin, making her look beautiful and seductive under the sunlight through the window. Saito, who felt that it was about time, moved his body slightly and put his noble phantasm, golden sword of Surekill, on Saber's utopia far away from everything. Then he broke through the barrier and put the long sword back into the scabbard. Saber immediately let out a long cry under the pain. You Don't know if it's because this thing stimulated Saber too much, but at this moment, Saber's consciousness recovered from that kind of confusion, and her sharp eyes looked straight at Ito, who was pressing on her body. But soon, under the fierce attack of Ito, Sei, and the stimulation of Castor's special treatment of her body in the past 2 days, she was brought back to the strange world again. She was biting her lips and making a soft groan. The strange sound of the bed shaking echoed in the room for a moment. Boom! Hey, isn't Brother Ching at home? Sakura, who returned home with her school bag, said with some disappointment. He probably didn't know what to do. Here, who took off the scorpion and walked into the house, said casually. Hearing Here's words, Sakura, who thought that Brother Chung seemed to like to run around, nodded slightly and accepted this statement. Then she went back to the house, put down her school bag, and went downstairs to the living room, walked to the entrance and put on her shoes. And, what are you going to do, Sakura? Looking at Sakura's action, Here, who was walking out of the kitchen with a glass of water, asked with a strange look. I'm going back to Sakura's house. Sakura, who put on her shoes, got up and said, then reached out and opened the door. While saying, I'm leaving, she stepped out of the villa. Be careful on the way. Here said, boom. The door slammed shut. Because of the various explosions that Ito and Archer knew about, even though only the rooftop of the school building was damaged due to the safety concerns and the need for investigation, the school gave all the students a week off. Therefore, Sakura and Here, who had just left home for less than 2 hours, returned home again. About half an hour later, Sakura returned to Sakura's house and saw her mother, Oki Inaka, sunbathing in the garden. Mom, Sakura called out. Sakura, you're back. Oki Inaka greeted with a smile. Uh-huh. Sakura answered softly and walked to Oki Inaka's side, then asked, Where's sister? She's in the house. Are you here to see her? Oki Inaka asked. There are some things I want to ask her. Sakura answered. Then go ahead, we'll talk later. Oki Inaka smiled. Then I'll go in first. Sakura said. Go ahead. Oki Inaka smiled. Sakura walked away from Inaka Koei and followed the path into the mansion. She found Inaka Koei's room with great familiarity. Dang, dang, dang. Sakura, who was standing in the room, knocked on the door. After 5 or 6 seconds, Rin Inosaka walked out of the room. She was wearing a red sweater, a black pleated skirt, and black stockings. Her long black hair was tied up in 2 ponytails with 2 bow-tied hairbands. Sakura. Rin Inaka was surprised to see Sakura standing in the hallway. Sister, I have something to ask you. Sakura said softly. Come in. Rin Inaka stepped aside and invited her in. Sakura didn't hesitate and walked into the room. Similar to the style of the Nagasaka family's mansion, this was a spacious room. The interior decoration was quaint, full of medieval European style. Except for the lights hanging from the ceiling, there was almost no sign of modern electrical equipment in the room. It was in line with Rin Inaka's description. What do you want to ask me? After closing the door, Rin sat down at the round table by the window and poured a cup of black tea for himself and Sakura. What's the matter? Those explosions at school today were caused by the battle between Seiji and Isan and your pervert, right? Why? Sakura looked at Rin, who was sitting elegantly on the chair, with a serious expression. What do you mean, why? Rin Inaka asked. Why did you fight? Sakura asked immediately. Why else? Rin Inaka sneered. The Holy Grail War. Sakura said softly, and then raised her voice slightly, and said again, Is the Holy Grail really that important? Why can't we just get along like before? Because this is the Holy Grail War. Rin Inaka looked straight into Sakura's eyes and said in a serious tone, Because this is a battle between magicians, not a child's play. Hearing Rin Inaka's words, Sakura couldn't help but be silent. That's why I said you're not suitable to be a magician. Sakura, you're too kind. Looking at Sakura's face, Rin Inaka's heart softened, and he said softly. Chapter 1857. P.S. Thank you to Metering Million Lion, Instant Potato, and Romantic Maple for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato for your tip. Night, around 10 o'clock. Seiji Gij. Sakura suddenly appeared in the living room and called out, why aren't you resting, Sakura? Sei Ito, who was wearing his shoes at the entrance, asked in surprise. Can I go with you? Sakura didn't answer Sei Ito's question and asked softly. What? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. I saw what happened at school today, through Medusa, Jejia. Also, after the incident, I went to find Sister. I know that Brother Chung will have a showdown with Sister's pervert tonight. So, can you bring me along? Sakura Tasaka asked softly with a hint of desire in her eyes. Ai, Ito Sei, who understood, couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. If I don't bring you with me, will you also run over at night? After putting on his shoes, Sei Ito turned around and asked Sakura, who was standing in the living room. Sakura blushed slightly and lowered her head in silence. Well, you can come with us, but you have to agree that you're not allowed to move around when you get there. You have to stay by Medusa's side obediently. Do you understand? Ito Sei sighed helplessly and instructed with a serious face. Okay. Sakura happily nodded. Come. Sei Ito turned around and made way for her to open the entrance. Sakura immediately walked to the entrance and sat on the floor. She took her shoes from the side and put them on. After a while, she stood up from the floor. She followed Sei Ito out of the house. Huh. Bang. The two of them walked slowly along the quiet street into the distance. Seiji Gij, you're only going to fight with my sister's pervert. You won't hurt Big Sister, right? Sakura suddenly asked in a small voice on the way. Is that why you insisted on coming? Sei Ito glanced at Sakura Tasaka. He chuckled. Yes. Sakura Tasaka hummed and admitted it. Don't worry, I won't hurt Ling. Whether it's because of our many years of friendship or because of you, I have no reason to attack her, right? Sei Ito said softly. Sakura smiled happily when she heard the answer. After that, the two of them stopped talking and quietly walked towards a meeting place. About 20 minutes later, the two came to the riverside of the Not Yuanchuan River that crossed the Fuyuanquan town and Fuyuanquan new capital. They stopped on an empty lawn. Looks like we're early. Ling and the others aren't here yet. Sei Ito looked around and said after making sure there was no one else around. Fortunately, Sei Ito and Sakura Tasaka didn't have to wait too long. Less than 10 minutes after they arrived, Ling, who was being carried by Archer like a princess, suddenly jumped down from a nearby tree and appeared in front of Sei Ito and Sakura Tasaka. Thud! Ling's feet landed on the ground. Sakura, why are you here? Ling frowned when he saw Sakura Tasaka. What else could it be? I'm worried about you, of course. Before Sakura Tasaka could say anything, Sei Ito immediately answered. When Sakura heard Sei Ito's words, she was worried that Ling would be angry. She reached out and gently pulled Sei Ito's collar, signaling him to stop talking. On the other hand, Rin Tozaka frowned in displeasure after hearing this. Then he helplessly sighed. Sakura. Sei Ito, who didn't say anything else, whispered to her. Sakura nodded and whispered, Be careful, brother Sei. Then she walked to the side and stopped a few meters away. At the same time, Ling also whispered a few words to Archer and walked to Sakura Tasaka's side. He turned around and looked at Sei Ito and Archer, who were confronting each other. I didn't want to talk to you. I planned to send you back when the Holy Grail War was about to end. I wanted you to stay in the human world for a while and do what you want to do. But since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for being rude. Sei Ito stared coldly at Archer and said, Don't talk like you know me very well. The battle between us is an inevitable outcome. Don't pretend to be so kind. Archer opened his hands slightly, creating a black and a white saber nest in his hands, and retorted faintly. Do you think so? Sei Ito said slowly with a meaningful expression. Then, he opened his mouth slightly and silently mouthed a few words. If there was a Japanese who was proficient in lip reading, they would recognize that the word Sei Ito mouthed was the name Shiromiya. As the owner of this name, Archer, who was already familiar with the pronunciation and the form of lip movements, immediately changed his expression, and his breath became chaotic. How do you know? Archer asked subconsciously. Guess. Seito showed a big smile on his face and laughed. After that, he opened his hands, and several sparkling gems appeared between his fingers and shot them at Archer. Several streams of light immediately flew in front of Archer. Archer waved his two swords and sent the flying gems flying with a clang-clang sound. Boom! Following which, the gemstones exploded, producing balls of blazing flames that illuminated the sky beside the river. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ito-sei took a step forward and appeared in front of Archer as if he had teleported, and hit Archer's chest with his elbow. Archer dodged sideways and quickly swung his sword at Seito's chest. Ito-sei separated his hands, and the palm that was originally used to push quickly slapped the blade of Archer's single blade. He pressed it down hard, and at the same time, the other arm bent in front of his chest suddenly whipped out like a whip. Archer's head was whipped. Archer's head moved back, and the tip of his nose brushed against the wind of the fist. However, at this time, Seito's foot was inserted between Archer's legs. It hindered his footsteps, and at the same time, the arm that was whipped out changed from a fist to a palm and suddenly pulled back. With a "pa" sound, he hooked Archer's head. His left hand continued to press down and pushed Archer's sword away from his chest. His left leg lifted his knee and hit Archer's head toward his own knee. Bang! In a huge muffled sound, Archer felt dizzy. His body was lifted up uncontrollably. Then, Seito's left foot landed on the ground, and his left hand grabbed Archer's collar and gently pulled him back. His fist was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel and fiercely hit Archer's face. Bang! Under the huge force, Archer's body flipped over and flew away. Seeing Archer was so weak, Rin Inosaka's face was full of disbelief. On the contrary, Sakura Inosaka, who had seen Ito and Latcher's battle during the Fourth Holy Grail War, was not surprised at all. She calmly watched everything that was happening in front of her. Ito did not care about what was happening outside. He flipped his hand and threw a few magic gems at Archer. Boom! The next moment, an explosion occurred. A large ball of blazing fire instantly enveloped Archer's body. Bang! A second later, Archer's figure flew out of the fire and heavily fell to the ground. His body was completely black, and his back was facing Seito. Archer! Rin Inosaka screamed again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Archer was lying there like a dead person. He did not move and did not respond to Rin Inosaka's call. Seeing this, Seito sneered silently. He flipped his hand, and 4 crystal-clear gems appeared. He threw them at Archer without hesitation. However, at the next moment, Archer, who had not reacted, suddenly moved. He rolled on the ground and dodged the attack. Then, as the magic gemstone exploded, he quickly got up from the ground and pulled the longbow that had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. A large amount of magic aura overflowed from the longbow and shot out a magic relic that was shining in the light of magic. Whoosh! The relic turned into a golden stream of light and flew in front of Seito. It was Archer's unique skill, Fantasy Explosion. Seeing the attack coming, Seito's pupils dilated. He instantly activated his sense to the maximum. Suddenly, the entire world's movement appeared in front of him, as if it was in slow motion. In this state, Seito's body quickly leaned back and dodged the arrow by a hair's breadth. Then, when the arrow was about to explode, Seito suddenly raised his hand to counterattack and hit it in the air. Boom! In the violent explosion, a huge magical flame exploded above the river and enveloped Seito's body. Brother Chum. Seeing this, Sakura's expression changed. She anxiously shouted and was about to run to Seito's location. However, before she could make a move, a hand grabbed her arm and stopped her in her tracks. The owner of the hand was none other than Rin Inaka, who was beside Sakura. Don't worry, that guy won't die so easily. Rin Inaka frowned and comforted her. Sister, Sakura softly called out. At this moment, the huge magic fireball dispersed, and Ito-sei's figure reappeared from it. However, compared to before, Seito's clothes were burnt and tattered, revealing his beautiful body. It made him look like a refugee or a beggar from ancient times. However, other than that, there were no injuries on his body. Obviously, it was the effect of rejecting all external spells and magical attacks. It was like the highest level of magical power in this world. Brother Chung, Sakura happily called out when she saw Sei Ito emerging from the flames. How is this possible? Rinanaka exclaimed in disbelief. Although she didn't think that Archer's attack could really kill Ito-sei in one hit, and she was a little worried about Ito-sei's injury, she didn't think that Ito-sei would be unscathed after receiving such a powerful attack. But who would have thought that the result in front of her was so shocking that she even felt that what she saw in front of her was an illusion? It's a very powerful attack. If it really hit me, even I might be seriously injured. Ito-sei looked at the ragged clothes on his body and said softly, "Who the hell are you?" Archer, who looked no better than Sei Ito, asked in a serious tone. "Take a guess." Sei Ito replied in a joking tone. Archer took a deep look at Ito-sei on the opposite side, then took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and chanted a spell. "By the wave nemesis. This body is the bone of the sword." A huge amount of magical power began to overflow from Archer's body. "Steal my wave and fire my blood. The blood is like iron, and the heart is like glass." The magical power that overflowed from Archer's body was like a strange eraser that could erase the scenery. It removed the night sky and revealed the space of blood and fire below. "This is..." Rinanaka stared at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. Behave create Dever 1,000 blades, undefeated on countless battlefields. It's finally unfolded. Ito-sei squinted his eyes and then opened his mouth to chant his incantation. One is all, and all is one. In an instant, another wave of magical power that could distort the world was released from Sei Ito's body. Together with Archer's magical power, it changed the scenery of the world. Even this guy, Rinanaka's heart was filled with shock, and he didn't know what to say. From the beginning of one, all changes are born. Unknown death. He has never been defeated once, nor known life, never tasted a bosom friend. All things cycle, and heaven and earth return to one. Have withstood pain, create many weapons. Always standing on the peak of the sword mound, drunk in victory. Heaven and earth split, and one heart is born. Yet this color swings, never hold anything. Therefore, this life is meaningless. Show me. Everything changes the world. Soy pray, unlie fan teble works. Therefore, as I pray, the infinite sword is made. Chapter 1858. It was a strange space where the boundaries could not be distinguished and the distance could not be sensed. On one side, the sky was dark. There were huge gears of various sizes hanging in the sky. They looked like they were rusty and were making a strange squeaking sound as they spun. Below the gears, there was a piece of yellow land that looked like a steel mill or ruins of a battle. Long swords of different sizes were stuck in the ground messily. They were emitting a faint aura of destruction in the sky. Archer, who was wearing a strange red and black outfit, looked like the owner of the land as he stood in the middle of the swords. On the other side, it was different. There was no concept of heaven or earth in the world. The entire space was filled with strange energy. Sometimes it would gather and disperse into light white clouds. Sometimes it would scatter into flames. Sometimes it would be fixed into the ground in mountains. Sometimes it would change into waves and tides. Natural phenomena, such as wind, thunder, rain, and lightning were constantly changing in the space there. Sei Ito, who had changed into a complete set of clothes, stood quietly in the center of the changing world. He looked coldly at Archer, who was standing in the opposite world. This was the strange world that was born when the two enchantments came into contact and eroded each other. Wei Gong Shiro, let's end this battle. Sei Ito moved his mind slightly. The entire world was filled with lightning, jumping and shuttling through the fog-like clouds. "Who are you?" A big bow appeared in Archer's hand. He used the sword relic as an arrow and pointed it at Sei Ito as he asked coldly, You don't have to know that, Seito said calmly. He did not do anything after he said that. The lightning in the sky immediately shot towards Archer, who was in the world of infinite sword control like rain. In an instant, the thunderstorm passed through the border of the two enchantments. It flew into the world of infinite sword control and attacked Archer. The latter loosened his fingers. In an instant, he threw out the relic in his hand. Then, without caring about the outcome, he immediately raised his hand and stretched it forward. A transparent, circular shield with 7 huge pink energy petals on the outside appeared in front of him, welcoming the thunderstorm. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions reverberated between the two worlds. 7 burning rings. Seito squinted as he looked at the strange relic that Archer used to block the attack of the thunderstorm. The 7 burning rings, Lawayas, was a bronze shield with 7 layers of cowhide that the hero Ajax used to block Hector's spear in Greek mythology during the Trojan War. Legend has it that Hector's attack penetrated 6 layers. After that, its range was expanded to become a concept equipment that was proud of its absolute defense against thrown weapons. This caused its existence to rise. It was said that the defensive power of each petal was comparable to a thick ancient city wall. Thinking of this, Ito waved one of his hands. The thunderstorm that filled the sky instantly stopped and then quickly gathered into one. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a lightning bolt that was as thick as an adult. Its surface was crystal clear like water, and its tip was sharp. Boom! The thunder roared, and the white light was as bright as day, illuminating the whole world. Then, after about 5 to 6 seconds, the dazzling white light gradually dispersed, revealing Archer, who was shrouded in lightning. But at this time, outside the blazing sky 7 layers ring, which originally had 7 pink energy boards, there was a sudden change. 2 of the petals had indeed disappeared. Obviously, the thunder attack just now directly penetrated the 2 walls. Seeing this, Seito smiled gently and waved his hand again to create 3 more spears that were exactly the same as the previous thunder spear. They were shot at Archer with a few seconds interval between each other. Archer's expression changed slightly when he saw this, and his face became dignified. Boom, boom, boom. Then, at the next moment, 3 violent thunder roars once again echoed in the world formed by the fusion of the 2 barriers. At the same time, the whole world was filled with blazing white light when the thunder spear exploded, making people unable to see anything. However, at this moment, accompanied by a slight sound, a golden light cut through the sky and blasted towards Seito. Ito's expression changed. He raised his hand and created a magic barrier in front of him. Boom! A huge amount of magical power burst out in an instant. But then, a golden light flashed slightly in the magic flame, and it quickly bypassed the magic barrier, as if someone was controlling it, and rushed towards Seito's body again. Seito's expression changed slightly, and he dodged back. But the result was still the same. After a slight pause, the golden light once again drew an exaggerated arc and returned to Seito's side. Looking at the strange characteristic of this attack that didn't disappear until it hit the target, Seito's mind almost instantly came up with the name of the source of this attack, Kihara Hound. From the poem Beowulf, Unferth lent the sword to Beowulf to kill the water demon. Its characteristic is that as long as the archer survives, no matter how many times it is shot down, it will continue to pursue the target until the target is killed. After understanding the situation of this attack, Ito did not hesitate and immediately stepped into the void and quickly rushed toward Archer, who was in the infinite sword world. It was also until this time that Ito noticed Archer's situation. His right arm was completely gone, half of his body and part of his face were charred black, and his breath was weak. He stood there in a sorry state, panting violently, and looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. But even so, after seeing Ito rushing toward him, Archer resolutely projected a white sword in his left hand and prepared to fight with Ito. But before he could do anything, 6 flat yellow rays of light suddenly appeared around his body and pierced into Archer's abdomen, causing him to freeze in place. Bakudo number 63, 6 light prison. After Archer was pierced by the light, Seito's low voice faintly sounded. Then, Seito's figure appeared beside Archer, waved his arm, and a white wind blade instantly cut through Archer's neck. Puff! Then, without stopping, he took another step forward and rushed out. Archer, in the real world outside the barrier, Rin Asaka's expression suddenly froze. She raised her hand to cover her arm, lowered her head, and whispered with a depressed expression. Sister, Sakura Inaka softly called out with concern. The next moment, the void vibrated, and in a ripple, Ito-sei's figure reappeared on the river of the not-distant river in the real world. Brother Chung. Seeing Seito, although she was full of confidence in him, Sakura couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and called out softly with a happy face. Seito nodded at Sakura with a smile on his face and slowly walked in front of Rin Asaka. Archer lost. To stay at home for the time being, I will end this Holy Grail war as soon as possible. Seito lowered his head and looked at Rin Asaka, who was also silent with his head lowered, and said, Got it. Rin Asaka replied without raising his head. Sakura? Seito turned to Sakura beside him, but before he finished speaking, a touch of anger suddenly appeared on Seito's face. Ryder, take Sakura, let's go. He immediately reached out and grabbed Rin Asaka's arm, and jumped out while speaking to Ryder, who was in spirit form. The void trembled, and Ryder's figure appeared. He reached out and grabbed Sakura's body, and quickly followed behind Seito. However, before the two of them could get very far, a sharp cold wind suddenly shot out from the side, and blocked Seito and Ryder's path. This path is blocked, a calm voice said. Lancer. Yinfeng Chili finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Seito said coldly as he saw Lancer walk out from the forest. What? Rin Asaka, who was shocked by the sudden change, exclaimed. Looks like his concealment wasn't that good. You actually guessed it. Lancer, who rested the red spear on his shoulder, laughed disdainfully. Ryder, protect Sakura and Rin. Seito put Rin Asaka back on the ground and walked towards Lancer. I originally wanted to wait until tomorrow to attack and end this Holy Grail war, but it looks like the plan won't work. You're not going to attack me together with Ryder? I've been underestimated. I'm not Archer, that trash. Don't regret it when you die. Lancer held his spear and lowered his body, ready to attack, as he grinned. Underestimating me? You can say that. After all, you're not worthy of me and Ryder working together. Seito walked in front of Lancer and said calmly, Also, I'm very angry right now, so I'm going to kill you in one hit. After saying that, he didn't give Lancer a chance to speak and immediately released his majestic mana that didn't seem to be possessed by humans. It eroded the world and formed an inherent enchantment that enveloped Lancer and himself. In an instant, Seito and Lancer disappeared from Rin Asaka, Sakura Asaka, and Ryder's sight. Now die. Lancer. Within the barrier, Seito, who had created a blazing white fireball above his head, said coldly. Chapter 1859. At this time, outside Seito's villa. It's really disappointing, coming here to do this kind of thing in the middle of the night. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, a handsome man whose entire body was wrapped in gorgeous armor made of gold with a red cloak tied behind his back appeared on top of a street lamp, not far away from the villa. His soft golden hair, which seemed to have been gelled, was naturally fluttering in the night wind. He looked down at the villa with his arms crossed, and his expression was full of displeasure as he said faintly. This person was none other than the original Archer who was recognized by the Black Mud in the Fourth Holy Grail War and reconstructed his human body with the third law, the ancient king, Gilgamesh. But you actually dare to take away this king's prey? You're really bold and don't know what death is. Then the void behind him trembled, and a golden barrier full of vortexes appeared, and metal weapons of different shapes emerged from it. Then the golden light pierced through the air, bombarding Ito's villa like a golden rain. Bang, 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 bang. However, at this moment, a transparent magic barrier suddenly appeared above the villa, blocking the golden rain of light from the various weapons. However, it was a pity that this situation didn't last long. In just over 3 seconds, it suddenly exploded in a cracking sound, turning into countless magical photons that slowly melted into the air. The golden rain immediately fell on the villa without any barrier. Bang, 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 bang. In less than half a minute, the whole villa collapsed like a dilapidated house, stirring up dust all over the sky. "Who is it?" In the smoke, a woman's voice shouted. Then, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing the figures of several women. It was none other than Cheyenne, Liz and Bifei, who stayed at home because they didn't work, Castor, who was a servant, and Saber, who had just been modified not long ago. Among them, was wearing a pale nightgown. She was wearing the rune gloves made by Ito on her hands. Liz Bifei was wearing white boxer shorts and a black sleeveless sports singlet. She was holding a concept equipment that had been repaired a long time ago, the official codex. Cheyenne's clothes didn't change. She was still wearing purple knee-length stockings, a white pleated skirt, a purple short-sleeve blouse, and a purple round hat. As for Castor and Saber, they were wearing their respective magic weapons. Archer put one hand on his waist. He looked at Castor, Saber, and the others who were standing together indifferently, or Saber in the crowd. "Long time no see, Saber. Do you remember the decision I made?" Archer said. Because of the successful training, except for the combat awareness and the memory of the last 2 days, all the other memories that belonged to Artoria and Saber were sealed. Saber looked at him blankly. She didn't know what he was talking about. "What kind of expression is that? Have you already forgotten?" Archer's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Who are you?" Saber asked in a deep voice with a serious expression. "Huh? Are you playing dumb, Saber? Do you want to avoid my question in this way? That won't do. It's been so long. You should have made up your mind." Archer, who understood Saber's behavior in his own way, said, "Really, you want to make a man wait? What a stupid woman. Stop blabbering. Who the hell are you?" Shire, who was annoyed by Archer's attitude, asked coldly. "There's no need to tell your name to a bastard." Archer looked at Shire indifferently, then raised his hand and said, "Disappear, clown." The next moment, the golden light reappeared and shot towards Shire and the others like rain. Shire, Cheyenne, Liz, Bifei, Castor, and Saber all tried their best to resist the attack. As close combat experts, Shire, Liz, Bifei, and Saber used their own methods to block, dodge, and counterattack, deflecting all the weapons that came their way. Cheyenne, who was an alchemist, relied on the secret multi-division thinking method of the Atlas Academy, combined with her own high speed and agility to cleverly shuttle through the rain of weapons. Castor stretched out one arm and resisted the attack with a magic circle to the greatest extent. For a moment, the crisp sound of ding, ding, dang, dang, and the muffled sound of bang, bang echoed in the night sky one after another. Seeing that his attack didn't achieve the expected effect, Archer frowned slightly. He once again opened the golden gate leading to the gate of Babylon and launched a more intensive attack at the two heroes. Then, the continuous noises reverberated in the night sky even more intensely. After a few seconds, Cheyenne's figure suddenly rushed to the back of Liz and Bifei. Seizing the opportunity when she was defending herself against the numerous weapons that were flying towards him, he took out the pistol that he made by copying the church's black gun and pointed it at Archer, who was not far away, and pressed the trigger. Bang! In an instant, only a crisp, muffled sound was heard, and a vague virtual image of Liz and Bifei rushed toward Archer like a charging knight. Bang! However, in the next moment, a golden barrier suddenly appeared in front of Archer and blocked the attack. The virtual image was shattered, revealing the real body of the virtual image. A brass bullet rolled and fell to the ground. Clang, clang, clang. What was that just now? Liz and Bifei were surprised. It's an armed bullet with the concept of vanish made from the fragments of the official codex. Cheyenne, who was not affected by the attack, said in a low voice. Saber, use your noble phantasm. At this moment, Castor suddenly said, Okay. Saber nodded and quickly retreated to the back of Castor, here, Liz, and Bai-Fei. While the three of them were resisting the sword rain, she raised her sword high and surged out an amazing amount of magic power, making the sword emit a golden light that soared into the sky. Get out of the way. After 10 seconds, Saber said loudly. The others didn't hesitate and immediately dodged to the side. Excalibur! Seeing that the path in front of her was clear, Saber waved her sword and slashed out a golden light beam that was as thick as a person's waist. With amazing light and heat, it blasted toward Archer. In an instant, the golden light pierced through the void and bounced off the rain of swords. Archer's scarlet eyes abruptly narrowed as the golden light slammed into his body. Then, without stopping, the golden light shot towards the sky. Boom! The existence of the golden light beam lasted for 10 seconds before it turned into countless golden particles and slowly disappeared in the air. Saber, you made me angry. From a scattered golden light reappeared. Archer, who didn't seem to have any injuries, jumped to the ground while his face was full of anger. But as long as you come back to me now, I will forgive you. After all, as a king, I can tolerate the willful behavior of my woman. Archer said lightly, But you, as the clowns who caused Saber to do this kind of rude behavior, I will sentence you to death. Then, Archer's eyes fell on Castor, here, Liz, Bai-Fei, and Ziyuan who were waiting for him. Hearing Archer's words, the expressions of here and others changed slightly, and then they launched an attack on Archer. In an instant, here, Liz, and Bai-Fei's figures flashed. As if they had teleported, they suddenly appeared in front of Archer. Then they attacked Archer from left and right. Archer calmly dodged the attacks of the two people. Then Wang Ji Kaibao slightly flashed, and several cold weapons were shot toward here, Liz, and Bai-Fei. The two people who failed to attack each other stepped forward and crossed each other, avoiding the attack of the sword. Bang, 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 bang. Then, in a dull sound, 4 bullets were shot toward Archer in a horizontal way. Archer's body did not move, and a golden light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the bullets with a clang, clang, clang sound. Then Castor flew into the sky and opened his robe like 2 big wings, and then a large number of purple magic light balls were shot at Archer like rain. Archer raised his head slightly and looked at Castor coldly. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, a violent explosion and a large number of fireworks engulfed Archer. Then after 10 seconds, just when Castor thought that it was about time, a dozen golden streamers suddenly penetrated the smoke and dust and shot into the sky, stabbing straight at Castor. Puff! A large number of purple magic light balls were shot at Archer like rain. Archer raised his head slightly and looked at Castor coldly. In the next moment, a violent explosion and a large number of fireworks engulfed Archer. Then after 10 seconds, just when Castor thought that it was about time, a dozen golden streamers suddenly penetrated the smoke and dust and shot into the sky, stabbing straight at Castor. Puff! Chapter 1860. P.S. Thanks to Decadent Little Bun, Sky Fantasy Antenna, Boring Lord, Elkiskillen, Nickfany, Cloud Pattern Ice, Hell Aristocrat, and Fayer for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Instant Potato for his tip. Saber, here, Liz, and Bai-Fei had a tacit understanding of each other. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that it was getting harder and harder for him, Archer was furious. He waved his sword and forced Saber away from him. He then used his noble phantasm, Heavenly Lock, to bind here. He quickly jumped back and activated his king's treasure. Then, he launched a large number of noble phantasms at Saber, here, Liz, and Bai-Fei. This kind of attack was nothing to Saber, Liz, and Bai-Fei. They successfully deflected the noble phantasms that flew in front of them. However, here, who was bound by Heavenly Lock, was in danger. She could only watch as the weapons flew toward her. She was ready to die again. But at that moment, several thin and long threads invisible to the naked I suddenly flew to CR's side and tied her up without any explanation. CR pulled her back, narrowly dodging the deadly attack by a hair's breadth. It was Ziyuan's Ethernet fiber. Another B** starred, Archer said with disgust. He then included Ziyuan in the attack range of his noble phantasm. Seeing this, Here, who was still unable to break free from Heavenly Lock, shouted, "Don't worry about me. Dodge!" As a lucky one who inherited Roa's knowledge and the immortal attribute, death was no longer the end of life for Here. Therefore, she did not want Ziyuan to be in danger because of her. Although Ziyuan was also a person who was transforming into an immortal, the transformation was not complete. She was still not immune to death. After hearing Here's words, Ziyuan, who more or less knew about her existence, made a prompt decision. She decisively stopped trying to save Here. Relying on the super-fast thinking ability and the extraordinary agility that she had trained, she quickly dodged the sword rain. Puff, 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 puff. The next moment, Here, who had lost control of Ziyuan's body, was immediately pierced by several sharp weapons. Under the inertia, she fell heavily to the ground. Plop. He said in pain. Here instinctively let out a muffled groan in pain. Then, who was dodging the attacks, frowned and shouted, "Liz, come to me." Okay. Upon hearing Liz's summon, Bai Fei responded. She continued to defend herself from the endless rain of noble artifacts while quickly approaching Ziyuan, who was also moving towards her. In less than 10 seconds, Ziyuan, Liz, and Bai Fei had gathered together. Next, I will use my Ethernet to open the security lock on your body. Take advantage of the state you'll gain after that to rush to that guy's side and give him a good beating. Under the cover of Liz and Bai Fei, who had pierced the ether fiber through the middle of Liz and Bai Fei's foreheads, quickly said. Okay. Liz and Bai Fei didn't ask much about the safety lock and nodded immediately. Seeing this, Ziyuan did not hesitate and immediately moved her finger lightly. She gently tapped the Ethernet fibers and Bai Fei's brains. In an instant, Liz and Bai Fei felt their heads tremble. A wonderful feeling immediately surged in their bodies. This feeling is what Ziyuan meant by opening the safety lock, Bai Fei thought to herself. Bai Fei thought to herself as she sensed the condition of her body. She didn't hesitate and quickly controlled her body according to the feeling in her heart. In an instant, a black shadow flashed and passed through the rain of swords at a speed that was far beyond the upper limit that an ordinary human's dynamic vision could capture. He suddenly appeared in front of Archer, who was watching coldly from the sidelines. Brandishing his arm, he stabbed the bottom end of the violin-like shield towards Archer's body like an awl. Bang! A scratch that was as thick as an adult's finger immediately appeared on Archer's abdomen. Light red blood flowed out from the broken part of his armor. Damn bastard! Archer, who realized that he was injured, cursed angrily. Then, a large number of weapons rained down on Liz and Bai Fei. Liz and Bai Fei quickly retreated to avoid the attack. Clang, 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 clang. The weapons that missed their target were then stabbed into the ground. Then, Liz and Bai Fei moved again and quickly appeared behind Archer. Once again, they stabbed the official codex in their hands. Bang! Another long and narrow wound appeared on Archer's body. Bastard! 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 Damn bastard! I'm going to make you pay. Archer, who had more wounds on his body, cursed loudly with a twisted expression. Then, Archer raised his arm high. A large number of relics appeared in midair with the sharp blades pointed downward. Then, the relics moved together and turned into a golden rain of light. Apart from Archer's position, all the surrounding areas were bombarded intensively. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions reverberated in the night sky. However, at this moment, along with the sharp neigh of a hoarse beast, a blazing white light wrapped in a white gust of wind shot down from the sky like a meteor, rapidly descending towards Archer's location. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and a strong impact was like a hurricane. It spun at high speed and spread in all directions. The dust that was stirred up by Archer's relic rain was blown away along with Saber, Sheer, Liz, Bai Fei, and Ziyuan, who were suffering from the impact of the relic rain. Then, the white light disappeared, and a white-winged flying horse appeared in midair. Ryder was riding on the white horse while holding the reins in his hand. Here comes another bastard. Amidst the rustling sounds, Archer stood up from the ruins with a gloomy expression. His scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said, "To me, you're the bastard Gilgamesh." Seito, who suddenly appeared behind Archer with the obsidian spear of Torowiska Bontika Tori in his hand, said calmly, "Swoosh!" Archer, who was filled with anger, turned around immediately when he heard such disrespectful words. He looked at Seito with murderous intent. However, in addition to the gloomy and cold face of Ito Sei, there was also a blazing white light, like a sword cutting through the void, and with a poof sound, it slashed diagonally across his body. "Go back to your Valhalla, bastard," Seito said. The spear of Torowiska Bontika Tori in his hand flipped again, and another blazing white light slashed across Archer's body diagonally from the other side. If Archer, who was transformed by Gogashiro, had the lowest magical power among all the servants summoned in this Holy Grail war, then Gilgamesh, who had a physical body and was a half-baked magician, had the lowest magical power among all the servants, which was only E, if it weren't for the high magical resistance of the golden armor on his body. Basically, a magic spell could easily inflict damage on him. However, it was clear that there was a limit to the magical resistance of this armor. Coincidentally, the concept weapons, official codex, and spear of Torowiska Bontika Tori were both outside this limit. Therefore, as expected, Liz, Bai Fei, and Seito's attacks were all effective. "Bastard, tell me your name." Archer stared coldly at Seito with his scarlet eyes and said coldly, "Seito." Archer's wrist shook. Seito replied calmly as he put away the spear of Torowiska Bontik Atori. "This king will remember. This king swears that even if I have to search through countless worlds and spend a lot of energy, this king will find you, bastard, and then peel off your skin and pull out your tendons. I will use the harshest punishment to punish you." Archer said coldly with killing intent boiling in his eyes. After saying that, Archer's body suddenly split into several pieces and quickly turned into nothingness in the rapidly evaporating spirit particles. He disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this point, the fourth servant, Archer Gilgamesh, also completed his mission and returned to the Holy Grail. "Are you all right?" After Archer dissipated, Seito turned his head and looked at Castor, Saber, Here, and Liz, Bai Fei, who were standing near the ruins of the villa. "I'm fine, Master Chung." Castor, who looked fine, replied. Here raised his hand and rubbed the place that was pierced by the noble phantasm. He also shook his head. "It's okay, Master Chung." Saber replied. "It's okay." Liz and Bai Fei shook their heads slightly. "I hope you can still say that later," Ziyuan said on the side. "What?" Liz and Bai Fei felt strange. "You will know soon." After saying that, Ziyuan's finger hooked, and the ether optical fiber inserted in Liz and Bai Fei's forehead immediately withdrew from her forehead. Then, Liz and Bai Fei's face changed, and they fell to the ground paralyzed. Their bodies twitched violently as if they were epileptic patients. "Ouch, it hurts!" Liz and Bai Fei cried out in pain. "Bear with it. After all, you used your body beyond its limit. Your body didn't collapse immediately because of your training over the years," Ziyuan said without sympathy. At this time, Ryder, who temporarily left after the battle, returned to the scene with Rin Enbin and Sakura Enbin. "Rin, it seems that we need to stay at your house today." Seito turned his head and looked at Rin Enbin and said, "Do you think I will lend my house to a guy who was just an enemy?" Rin Enbin said sarcastically, "Yes." Seito chuckled, then shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, "Of course, if you don't want to, we can also go to the Kaiwa Hotel to get a room." "Forget it. Come with me, but you have to tell me later why you think this attack was planned by Yin Feng Chili." Rin Enbin glared at Seito and said, "Okay, and it's time to tell you something. Ito nodded slightly and said softly. Then he walked to Liz and Bai Fei, who couldn't move, and squatted down, looking like he was going to carry them. What do you mean? Rin Inbin looked at Ito, who was carrying Liz and Bai Fei on his back with Ziyuan's help. This you will know later. Ito straightened up and said. Then he ignored Rin Inbin and took Ryder, Castor, Saber, Here, Zin, and the others who were not spiritualized to the direction of Inbin's house. Seeing this, Rin Inbin snorted hatefully and followed him. After more than 20 minutes, the group arrived at Inbin's house, and with the help of the maid who woke up because of the noise, they were assigned rooms and checked in. Then, Ito and Rin Inbin came to the reception room and sat down across a coffee table. How much do you know about the Fourth Holy Grail War? Ito looked at Rin Inbin and asked in a low voice. Not much, just a general idea, and my father was one of the 7 masters in that Holy Grail War. Rin Inbin replied. Then do you know who the 7 masters are? Ito nodded slightly and asked again. My father, the Ahrensburg family's android, the Tong family's Tong Yinya. Especially when Tong Yinya was mentioned, Rin Inbin frowned slightly. Obviously, she had mixed feelings about the man who brought her a lot of joy and gifts when she was a child. 2 magicians from the Chronometer Tower, and a lucky, chosen civilian. I only know a few of them, but I haven't been able to find information about the last person. Then what if I told you that the last master was Yin Fengqi? Ito raised his eyebrows and said. Impossible. Rin Inbin retorted without hesitation. Yin Fengqi is a supervisor under the church. He participated in the Holy Grail War as a contestant. This is not in accordance with the rules set by the church. Then as a member of the church, Yin Fengqi worshipped your father as his master and learned magic. Is it in accordance with the rules? Ito asked back. That's because he is an agent, so he's not bound by this rule. Rin Inbin continued to refute. Indeed, your reason is reasonable, but why did it have to be around the time of the Holy Grail War? Don't you think it's strange? Ito asked again. Hearing this, Rin Inosaka's heart began to feel uncertain. What are you trying to say? Then he said in a low voice. Chapter 1861. P.S. Thank you to T-Can and Soaring Eagle for their precious monthly votes. What I want to tell you is that the reason why Yin Fengqi became your father's disciple and your senior brother was because of a conspiracy related to the Holy Grail War. Ito crossed his legs and crossed his fingers on his thighs. He leaned back and leaned against the back of the sofa. He looked directly at Rin Inbin and said softly. Then, without waiting for the frowning Rin Osaka to ask any questions, he continued to narrate the story. I've told you before that when the Holy Grail chose its master, it didn't just rely on the magician's strong desire. It also looked at the strength and suitability of the master's subconscious needs, as well as some luck. In the Fourth Holy Grail War, Yin Fengqi, who didn't know what he wanted, became a chosen one under the influence of this rule. At that time, the manager of the Fuyuki City Church and the supervisor of the Holy Grail War was Yin Fengqi from the Eighth Secret Society. Just as you thought, he was Yin Fengqi's father and had a very good relationship with your father, Shurchin. After knowing that Yin Fengqi was chosen as the master, he asked the church for permission. After getting the church's permission, he and your father reached an agreement regarding the ownership of the Holy Grail. The ownership of the Holy Grail? Rin Inbin's eyes sparkled. Yin Fengqi will do his best to help Tashimi win the Holy Grail War and help him fulfill the Inbin family's long-cherished wish. Ito smiled faintly. I have to say, the Inbin family's relationship with the church is very good. I can't believe you can do something like this. However, the church also thought that instead of giving the Holy Grail to those dangerous heretics who want to use the power of the Holy Grail to fulfill uncertain wishes, it's safer to give the Holy Grail to Tashimi, who wants to go to the outer world. After all, for the church, going to the outer world will not have any impact on the inner world. So, Yin Fengqi became my father's disciple? Rin Inbin asked. However, his tone was full of certainty. Yes, Ito confirmed. His servant at that time was assassin. One of them is a relic that can split itself into 80 independent individuals. It's very suitable for surveillance. And the guy who was covered in gold that I destroyed earlier was your father's servant, Archer, Gilgamesh. My father's servant. How could this be? Servants did not disappear on their own after the death of their master and the end of the Holy Grail War. Return to the Martyr's Palace? How could he stay in a modern world for 10 years? Rin Hasaka exclaimed in disbelief. Have you forgotten about the existence of the Holy Grail? Seito asked. You're saying that Yin Feng Qi Li won the Holy Grail War and used the power of the Holy Grail to keep Archer in the human world? Rin Imben exclaimed. More or less. Seito chuckled. However, he wasn't the victor. It was someone else who borrowed the power of all the evils in the world that overflowed from the Holy Grail. That's why Archer remained in the world. Others? Who? Also, what is all the evils in the world? Rin Hasaka frowned. Saber's master was hired by the Einsbalen family. His name is Wei Gong Keisai, a magician killer. As for all the evils in the world, it's a concept of all the evils in the human world. It's something that's as black as mud. It's now stored in the Holy Grail, waiting for the Holy Grail to descend upon the world, Ito explained. Wei Gong Keisai, Wei Gong, and Wei Gong Keisai. Rin Hasaka squinted his eyes and mumbled. Then, he paused and looked sharply at Seito. His father. Seito chuckled. Oomph, Rin Hasaka scoffed. You don't think that he killed your father, do you? Seito asked curiously. That's possible, but I know that the Holy Grail War is full of accidents, just like the situation between you and me. So, it's also possible that another master killed my father, Rin Hasaka said rationally. Do you want to know who killed your father? Seito asked softly. You know, Rin Hasaka frowned. At the same time, Seito's words appeared in his mind. It's time to tell you something. Rin Hasaka's heart tightened. If you know who the killer is, what will you do? What are you going to do? Ito Sei asked with interest. Since my father chose to participate in the Holy Grail War, he must have been prepared to die. As his daughter, I respect his decision. But at the same time, as his daughter, I have the right and duty to avenge him. Rin Hasaka clenched his right hand into a fist and said coldly, Of course, if the enemy is too strong, I won't just throw my life away. I'll quietly accumulate strength and wait for the right time to find that person for revenge. A very rational decision. As expected of Rin, Ito praised. Rin Hasaka faintly smiled and looked straight into Seito's eyes. The person who killed your father wasn't someone else. It was your senior, Yin Feng Qili, Ito said softly. What? Rin Hasaka suddenly stood up from the sofa and exclaimed in disbelief. Do you remember at your father's funeral? The Azoth dagger he gave you? He used that dagger to kill your father from behind and then obtained Archer's contract. Ito continued to speculate, ignoring Rin Hasaka's emotions. How do you know all this? After a moment of silence, Rin Hasaka asked in a deep voice. Even though she had some doubts about Ito's words, from her own speculations, she faintly believed it. Otherwise, as a father, why would Archer stay in this world for 10 years? Even though there were many other reasons, of course I have my ways, Ito smiled. Then he changed the topic and said, Rin, do you want to go ask him yourself? Late at night, Fuyuki Church. Accompanied by a muffled bang, the tightly shut church door was violently pushed open. Under the bright moonlight, Rin Hasaka, who was wearing a red blouse, a black pleated skirt, and black knee-length stockings, rushed into the church, panting heavily. Yin Feng Qili, come out. Rin Hasaka yelled. Yin Feng Qili, come out. Yin Feng Qili. Isn't this Rin? You wouldn't come over no matter how much I called you. Why are you here now? Especially at a time like this. After a few yells, light footsteps were heard, and a magnetic and gentle voice sounded in the church. Yin Feng Qili. Rin Hasaka turned around and glared at the person as she spat out each word. Rin, you seem to have misunderstood me, Yin Feng Qili said with a frown. Misunderstood? I hope it's a misunderstanding, Rin Hasaka sneered. Yinfeng Qili, let me ask you, how did my father die? Didn't I already tell you? Yinfeng Qili's eyes flashed as he said calmly. I want to confirm it again, Rin Hasaka said. He was ambushed by an opponent in the last Holy Grail War, Yinfeng Qili replied. By who? How did they ambush him? Rin Hasaka asked. That I don't know. When I arrived at the scene, your father was already dead, Yinfeng Qili replied. Then what's with the archer? Rin Hasaka sneered and asked again. What archer? Yinfeng Qili played dumb. My father's servant, the archer. I saw it. So my senior, can you tell me why? Rin Hasaka asked. You said it was the archer. Someone probably summoned it, Yinfeng Qili said. Then let me ask you, can two archers be summoned in one Holy Grail War? Rin Hasaka sneered. No. Yinfeng Qili's eyes flashed as he replied. He knew that the servant Rin Hasaka summoned in this Holy Grail War was the archer, so he knew what Rin Hasaka meant. Then I'm curious. Why did another archer appear after I summoned one? Rin Hasaka's eyes turned cold as he looked at Yinfeng Qili. Yinfeng Qili looked back at Rin Hasaka without saying anything. Yinfeng, did you kill my father? Rin Hasaka suddenly asked after staring at Yinfeng Qili for a while. Yes. The corners of Yinfeng Qili's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an inexplicable smile as he replied softly. Why? Why did you kill him? Didn't you promise me that you would protect him well? Hearing Yinfeng Qili's admission, Rin Enbin's hands clenched into fists as his body trembled violently. Because of pleasure, looking at the other person's expression of pain, betrayal, and pain brought about by all sorts of things, that feeling was unparalleled. It was unbearable. Unfortunately, that feeling was too short. So, in order to experience that unparalleled pleasure again, I had to create it myself, Yinfeng Qili said with an intoxicated expression. So you killed my father? Rin Hasaka said loudly. Yes, I used the short sword he gave me. The expression on his face left a deep impression. Every time I think about it, I can't help but tremble, Yinfeng Qili smiled. Chapter 1862. Bastard. Rin Enbin roared and threw a punch at Yinfeng Qili. Yinfeng Qili grabbed Rin Enbin's wrist with one hand and twisted it. He forcefully flipped Rin Enbin's body over and slapped her on the back. Pon! With a crisp thud, Rin Enbin fell heavily to the ground. I taught you how to punch. Rin, you're still far from being able to beat me, Yinfeng Qili said with a cheerful smile. Rin Enbin clenched her teeth and flipped around on the ground. She bent her leg and kicked Yinfeng Qili's leg. Yinfeng Qili jumped back and dodged. Rin Enbin spun her body and immediately stood up from the ground. She held 4 sparkling gems between her fingers and threw them at Yinfeng Qili. 4 red lights flew in front of Yinfeng and Qili in an instant. Yinfeng and Qili dodged to the side. Boom! In the next moment, a reddish-yellow flame appeared in the church with a huge explosion. It lit up the church. Seizing this opportunity, Sakura Tasaka turned around and quickly ran out of the church. She knew that she couldn't beat Yinfeng Qili, who was the agent of the burial mechanism. Rin, the test isn't over yet, Yinfeng Qili said as he walked out of the fire. After saying that, his figure flashed, and he quickly caught up with Rin Tasaka, who was running away in front of him. He swung his leg and kicked out. Bang! Rin Enbin, who was hit by the attack, was sent flying. He only stopped when he hit the wall of the church and slid down the wall to the ground. Cough, 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 cough. Rin Enbin held her stomach and coughed violently with a painful expression. Originally, I wanted to wait for some time before telling you the truth. Then, I'll enjoy the beautiful expression of hatred and distortion on your face. But since you've already discovered it, I can only harvest the fruit that I planted 10 years ago in advance. Yinfeng Qili said calmly as he walked towards Rin Tadaro, who was struggling to get up from the ground with the help of the wall. But I'm a little puzzled. How do you know all this? Besides me and Archer, no one else should know about this. Rin, can you tell me? The corners of Rin Enbin's mouth twitched, and a look of disdain appeared on his face as he opened his mouth to say something. But before she could say anything, a man's voice suddenly rang in the quiet church. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Yin Feng Chi Li stopped and turned to look in the direction of the voice. It's you, Sei Ito. Yin Feng Chi Li's face darkened slightly. He said in a low voice, Yes, since you appeared, you have been very mysterious. What you have done is also confusing, but you seem to know everything. Therefore, only you might know the truth behind Tashimi's death. Sei Ito, who had walked into the room through the open door of the church, smiled and said nothing. I admit, you once again exceeded my expectations. Even Archer died in your hands. It seems that no one can stop you from becoming the winner of this Holy Grail war. I'm curious, what is the wish of someone like you? Yin Feng Chi Li asked. Can I say that I don't have a wish at all? Sei Ito shrugged and smiled bitterly. Of course, the Holy Grail war is not without benefits for me. But as for what benefits, forgive me for not being able to tell you. Sei Ito then changed the topic. Yin Feng Chi Li was silent. After a moment of silence, Sei Ito looked at Yin Feng Chi Li and said in a low voice, Yin Feng, let's fight. Maybe this will give you a chance to live. Yin Feng Chi Li didn't say anything. He silently got into a stance of Bajiquan, and a strong sense of oppression emanated from his body. Bajiquan, as the old saying goes, Taiji brings peace to the world. It's rare to meet an expert like you who uses Bajiquan, so I'll use Taiji to fight with you. Sei Ito's feet were slightly separated to shoulder width, and his hands moved gently as he spoke softly. Seeing this, Yin Feng Chi Li's eyes narrowed, and then he quickly rushed toward Sei Ito. Leg sweep. Yin Feng Chi Li rushed toward Sei Ito and lowered his body. He swept his leg towards Sei Ito's lower body. Sei Ito gently jumped back and nimbly dodged. Then, Yin Feng Chi Li lifted his body and swung his arm toward Sei Ito's head. Sei Ito blocked with one hand, and with a bang, his hand collided with Yin Feng Chi Li's arm. Then, he turned his wrist and grabbed Yin Feng Chi Li's arm. He forcefully pressed Yin Feng Chi Li's body down, and with a push of his hand, he sent Yin Feng Chi Li flying. Yin Feng Chi Li, who was sent flying, staggered and landed on the ground. He looked at Sei Ito with a serious expression. Sei Ito didn't move. He was still practicing his gentle Taiji, and he raised his eyebrows provocatively at Yin Feng Chi Li. Yin Feng Chi Li didn't move. After 4 or 5 seconds, he finally couldn't suppress his desire and attacked Sei Ito again. He punched straight at Sei Ito's face. Sei Ito moved his body slightly to avoid Yin Feng Chi Li's fist. At the same time, he raised his left hand and pressed it against Yin Feng Chi Li's arm. He twisted his body and avoided Yin Feng Chi Li's other fist that was going for his waist. Sei Ito used his shoulder to hit Yin Feng Chi Li's shoulder. Bang! Once again, Yin Feng Chi Li was sent flying. 2 moves, Sei Ito said indifferently. He didn't chase after Yin Feng Chi Li. Yin Feng Chi Li, who had regained his balance, frowned. He moved his shoulder that was tingling from time to time and remained silent. Then, he got into a fighting stance and confronted Sei Ito again. He seemed to have made up his mind and didn't take the initiative to attack. A Baji who doesn't take the initiative to attack. Huh, Sei Ito sneered. After saying that, he rushed in front of Yin Feng Chi Li and punched him in the chest. Although Tai Chi was known as a soft and gentle fist technique by the outside world, all orthodox martial artists knew that Tai Chi was the fiercest fist technique in the world. Even in terms of the degree of injury, the explosive Tai Chi blast fist was not much weaker than Baji. Yin Feng Chi Li dodged and then bent his elbow. He hit Ito Sei's chest with the elbow of the 6 extremities of Bajiquan. Ito Sei opened his left hand and blocked Yin Feng Chi Li's elbow. He retracted his arm along with the force of the elbow and moved out of the way. Then, Yin Feng Chi Li moved his elbow to the side. At the same time, he stepped forward and got close to Sei Ito's leg in an attempt to break his center. Then, he threw a short punch at Sei Ito's chest again. Sei Ito stepped back and regained his balance. At the same time, He used Yin Fengqi Li's right foot as a fulcrum to turn his body. As he dodged the attack, he used his shoulder to hit Yin Fengqi Li's shoulder again like a roly-poly toy. Bang! Yin Fengqi Li couldn't stand properly and staggered to the side. After regaining his balance, Saito stepped forward and grabbed Yin Fengqi Li's shoulder. His 5 fingers were like claws as he pulled down Yin Fengqi Li's arm and landed on Yin Fengqi Li's wrist. He pulled back and Yin Fengqi Li's body fell uncontrollably towards Saito again. Yin Fengqi Li, who had rich combat experience, was straightforward. He tilted his center of gravity and used his shoulder to hit Saito. Saito retracted his hand and turned to the side. He clenched his hands into fists and swung them toward Yin Fengqi Li's head like a sledgehammer. Phew, bang! In an instant, Yin Fengqi Li felt dizzy and his vision turned black. Then, Saito continued to move toward the swaying Yin Fengqi Li. He opened his arms and hugged Yin Fengqi Li's head from both sides. Then, he got up from the ground and used the movement of his ankles, legs, waist, and arms to twist around and hit Yin Fengqi Li's head hard. In an instant, there was a cracking sound. Yin Fengqi Li's body rolled and fell to the ground. Bang! Saito stepped back and looked down at Yin Fengqi Li. Yin Fengqi Li's eyes were wide open and his mouth and nose were wide open. His neck was twisted to one side in a way that defied human bone mechanics. He was lying on the ground, and his life force was quickly draining away. It was obvious that Yin Fengqi Li's neck had been broken into several pieces by that Tai Chi move. He had lost all hope of survival. Even though Yin Fengqi Li was an emissary whose heart had been replaced by the black mud, he was still a normal human in terms of overall structure, even though he was not as strong as an ordinary person and had lost a vital point like his heart. Therefore, it would be strange if he did not die after his neck, which was a vital point that connected the upper and lower parts of his body, was dealt with so severely. Because that would mean that he was no longer a human, but a death apostle who had already become a corpse. If you don't want to vent your anger, then use that short sword of yours to hit him again. Ito-sei gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and turned his head to look at Rin Hasaka, who was not far away. No need. He's already dead. What's the point of taking revenge? Rin Imbin said stubbornly. All right, as you wish. Saito shrugged and took out several gems. He threw them at Yin Fengqi Li's body. Boom! In an instant, a blazing flame burst out and engulfed Yin Feng and Qi Li on the ground in the blink of an eye, burning fiercely. In an instant, a blazing flame burst out and engulfed Yin Feng and Qi Li on the ground in the blink of an eye, burning fiercely. All right, as you wish. Saito shrugged and took out several gems. He threw them at Yin Fengqi Li's body. Boom! Chapter 1863. P.S. Thank you to Isaiah 1, Lick, Small Dish 7216, 33 Layers, The Silencer, DDs0956, Instant Potato, Boring Lord, Blood Battle in 3 Worlds, Siliconx, Tikan, and Malicious Section Blade for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to 01 High for your tip. Saito looked at the ruined Jiantong mansion and sneered. Old man, you're really cunning. After saying that, he took a step forward, passed through the yellow and white striped security tape, and walked into Jiantong's mansion. A few minutes later, Saito arrived at the well-preserved underground bug room. Looking at the empty underground bug room, Saito sneered silently. He flipped his palm, and a few sparkling gems appeared. He threw them at the floor of the bug room without hesitation. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion reverberated throughout the entire insect room. After that, Saito did not stop moving. He took out more gems and attacked the entire bug room indiscriminately. Boom, 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 boom. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Ito-sei stopped attacking. However, at that moment, a large number of dents appeared in the originally flat bug room. The entire bug room looked like a building in a battlefield. It looked like it had been bombarded by a large number of cannons. Young man, are you really going to kill me? At that moment, a large number of black maggots appeared out of nowhere. An old voice was heard in the dilapidated bug room. Then, the maggots gathered and crawled. They piled up into a black pillar that was about half the height of an adult. Then, they condensed into an old-fashioned kimono. The strange-looking Zhongyan of Jiantong appeared in the bug room with a withered wooden wand in his hands. He looked at Sei Ito, who was standing on the stairs with a gloomy expression. His eyes flashed coldly. "To me, you're an unstable factor. Unless," Sei Ito said calmly, "you're still able to recall your original ideals." He changed the topic. He continued. Hearing this, Tong Zhongyan's body trembled, and his face involuntarily revealed a look of reminiscence. "Ideal," Tong Zhongyan muttered to himself. Don't look at Tong Zhongyan's current state. He was neither human nor ghost. His mind was abnormally twisted, and he was like a monster. But when he was young, he was also a promising young man with great ideals. Strive to eliminate all evil in the world. However, as time went on, he realized that this dream required a lot of time, and he himself was nearing the end of his lifespan. Thus, he tried his best to extend his lifespan. In the end, due to various influences, he walked down the path of evil and forgot his dream, becoming a monster that only knew how to pursue eternal life. "Perhaps you should go see the winter saintess again," Sei Ito said again. The saintess of winter. A peculiar expression appeared on Zhongyan Jiantong's strange old face. Obviously, this old man had a strange feeling towards the winter saintess. "She has already been martyred. Unless I reach the root, it is impossible for me to see her again." After a moment, Tong Zhongyan Jiantong, who came back to his senses, said with a melancholy tone, "No, you can." "And now," Sei Ito said calmly. Tong Zhongyan Jiantong's eyes lit up, and there was a vague look of hope in his eyes. Although the winter saintess sacrificed herself to create the Holy Grail system, her consciousness did not disappear completely. However, her consciousness did not completely disappear. Instead, it remained as the core of the Holy Grail system. As long as her consciousness is stimulated in an appropriate way, she will wake up from her deep sleep. Ito, Sei explained. "At least, I saw her during the Fourth Holy Grail War." In order to increase the sense of shock, Sei Ito told him what he did during the Fourth Holy Grail War. "Really?" Tong Zhongyan Jiantong, who had lived for too long and had forgotten what it felt like to believe, still said doubtfully. "She's right there. If you don't believe me, you can go and verify it." Sei Ito smiled faintly. "You should be here to kill me, right? Why are you telling me this?" Tong Zhongyan Jiantong's eyes flickered as he was silent for a moment. He then asked with some confusion, "Because of your current state." Sei Ito looked at Tong Zhongyan Jiantong's body and said, "Indeed, I can kill you here, but I can't guarantee whether you have any other tricks up your sleeve. Although I have a tool in my hand that can track your aura, I don't think the effect of that thing can last long for a great magician like you. Instead of being targeted by you who is hiding in the dark, it's better to let you kill yourself willingly." Tong Zhongyan Jiantong was silent. What will happen to Shinji? After a while, not knowing if it was because of those words that stimulated him to find something, Tong Zhongyan Jiantong was surprisingly concerned about Shinji Jiantong's situation. After confirming that the brain worm in his body will self-destruct, "I will let him go and even come forward to help him inherit the inheritance of your Tong family." Speaking of inheritance, although the Tong family has never been famous, as a family that has been run by the old monster Tong Zhongyan Jiantong for hundreds of years, the secret capital is very huge. Even a management team hired by Sei Ito to take care of the family business can't be compared with it. If what you said is true, no matter what the result is, I will not trouble you and the people around you," Tong Zhongyan Jiantong said. Then he ignored Sei Ito. His body turned back into a pile of maggots and crawled to the surrounding cracks in the ground. "You'd better hurry up because I plan to completely end this Holy Grail War in 3 days." Looking at the dark maggots on the ground, Sei Ito reminded him. Tong Zhongyan Jiantong didn't answer, and the maggots quickly disappeared from Sei Ito's eyes. Ludong Temple, in the underground cave where the Holy Grail system is located. A pile of dark maggots that squeezed out from an unknown crack appeared in the cave and quickly crawled to one place. There, they gathered into a group and piled up into a pile. Then, the shape of the pile changed. It changed into the posture of an old man wearing an ancient kimono. It was Tong Zonyan Jiantong. This is the first time I've set foot here in more than 200 years since that time. Looking at the scarlet magic array on the ground of the cave that was blooming with bright red light, like a human blood vessel spread out, Tong Zonyan Jiantong whispered with a nostalgic expression. Holy Maiden of Winter, how about you come out and meet me again? Responding to him, a world that has not changed. It seems that you slept too well and forgot the voice of an old friend. But it doesn't matter. I will help you remember, Utisa. Tong Zonyan Jiantong chuckled. Then he gently lifted the crutch in his hand and slammed it on the ground. Boom! A microwave ripple instantly spread around with the crutch as the center, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the brilliance of the magic array. Then, the crimson magic light suddenly lit up and began to flicker erratically. Is it still not enough? A few minutes later, Tong Zonyan Jiantong still did not see the Holy Maiden of Winter appear, and he whispered with doubt and disappointment in his heart. Then he lifted the crutch again and slammed it on the ground. Boom! Another wave of ripples spread out. And this time, the magic array that had not changed much finally had some changes. In the magic array, a large number of photon particles emerged from the magic array. They floated in the air, then quickly flew to the center like moths to a flame, gathered into a cluster, and then suddenly lit up, revealing the Holy Maiden of Winter in a sky robe, Utisa. Ritzlisi, von Erzbrun. Utisa, seeing the Holy Maiden of Winter appear in the magic array, Tong Zonyan Jiantong excitedly called out. Perhaps hearing the call, the Holy Maiden of Winter, who had been closing her eyes, slowly opened her eyes. Utisa, Tong Zonyan Jiantong whispered in a strange tone. You are Zonyan Jiantong? Looking at the unfamiliar image of the old man, the Holy Maiden of Winter called out with some hesitation. Yes, it's me. Long time no see, Utisa. Tong Zonyan Jiantong suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, How did you become like this? The Holy Maiden of Winter asked. Hearing the Holy Maiden of Winter's question, Tong Zonyan Jiantong opened his mouth, but he could not say the reason why he became like this. In the end, he became silent with a gloomy expression. Is it because of that ideal? The Holy Maiden of Winter guessed in a positive direction. As a person who died for her ideal, she instinctively believed that her friend was the same person as her. So even if his form changed and was not the same as before, she still believed that everything Tong Zonyan Jiantong did was for the sake of that ideal. Ideal. When Sei Ito mentioned it, the image of him, Nagato Inaka, his daughter, and the Winter Saintess making the Holy Grail system appeared in his mind even more clearly. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of disgust toward himself. What have I been doing all these years? It could be said that even without Sei Ito's previous coercion, Tong Zonyan Jiantong, who had begun to feel self-loathing toward himself, would choose to completely end himself in the end, to end this filthy life. Zonyan Jiantong, did you also fall? Looking at Tong Zonyan Jiantong's strange behavior, how could the unusually intelligent Holy Maiden of Winter not understand what happened? She asked softly. Yes, I also fell. Tong Zonyan Jiantong, who felt more self-loathing in his heart, smiled bitterly with tears streaming down his face. Then, Zonyan Jiantong, do you still remember the ideal in your heart? The Holy Maiden of Winter asked. I may have forgotten before, but now I have remembered. Utisa. Tong Zonyan Jiantong's face showed a hearty smile that did not match his figure and temperament at all. Unfortunately, it's too late. I have no time to continue to complete it. As long as you remember, it's not too late. The Holy Maiden of Winter said softly with a faint smile on her face. Is that so? That's good, that's good. Tong Zonyan Jiantong repeated, as if he was redeemed. Zhangyan Jiantong, I'm very happy to be able to meet you again after hundreds of years. I have to go back. At this time, the Holy Maiden of Winter said softly. Okay. Tong Zhangyan Jiantong smiled. Goodbye, my friend, Zhangyan Jiantong. As soon as the words fell, the radiant image of the Holy Maiden of Winter suddenly exploded, turning into a large number of photon particles that slowly melted into the air. Then the underground cave once again turned back into the original bright red space. Goodbye, Utisa. I also have to return to my roots. I hope we can meet again there. Tong Zhangyan Jiantong's eyes seemed to be able to see through time and dimensions as he looked at the place where the Holy Maiden of Winter disappeared and whispered softly. Shanair, I'll leave the Tong family to you. All these years, Grandpa has wronged you. After saying that, Tong Zhangyan Jiantong's body collapsed and suddenly exploded into a pile of dark and smelly liquid, splashing all over the underground space. At the same time, somewhere in the Fuyuki room, Master Chung, Tong Zhangyan Jiantong's brain has self-destructed. Suddenly, Castor, who felt something, turned his head and reported to Sei-Ito. Is he dead? Hearing this, Sei-Ito exhaled softly and whispered. Then he raised his head and said to Castor, Demetrius, take out the Holy Grail fragment from Tong Zhangyan Jiantong's body, then modify his memory and put him back. Yes, Master Chung. Castor bowed his head and responded. Then Sei-Ito didn't stay in the room any longer. He turned around and walked out. At this point, the great magician Tong Zhangyan Jiantong announced his death, and the Tong family ushered in a new era. 3 days later, Sei-Ito, who handed over Tong Zhangyan Jiantong to the professional managers who were responsible for managing the Tong family's property, and asked them to help deal with the inheritance of the Tong family's property. Together with Castor, Ryder, and Saber, the three of them came to the castle in the Fuyuki forest. What a rare guest. I didn't expect you to come here. Ilya, who was walking along the wide stairs to the hall, said, Arrange a clean room. Sei-Ito, who ignored Ilya, asked directly. Humph. Seeing this, Ilya snorted angrily and turned to the maid at the end of the hall and said, Ligerit, arrange a clean room for them. Yes. Ligerit leaned forward and responded. Everyone, please follow me. Ligerit invited. Sei-Ito didn't hesitate and walked into the depths of the room with Castor, Ryder, Saber, and Ilya. A few minutes later, the group came to a clean room. Ilya, let her go out, and then tell people not to disturb you. I'm going to treat you here. After taking a look at the situation in the room, Ito-sei felt that it was okay and said to Ilya, how are you going to treat me? Ilya asked strangely. Ligerit on the side also looked at Sei-Ito curiously. Just like when I treated your mother, I'm going to replace your heart. Sei-Ito raised his hand and showed a light blue medical box in his hand to Ilya. But you are luckier than your mother. When I treated her at that time, everything was simple. Even her heart was modified by me overnight. Now, I'm going to use your cell sample and alchemy to clone it. In terms of effect, it's much better than finding a random heart, and there's no rejection reaction. The possibility of reconnection of the magic circuit is also relatively high. It's not like your mother, who couldn't even use a little magic after the surgery. Chapter 1864. P.S. Thank you to Fei, Nangong Haotian, Idler Shao Qi, Gandam, and Scholar of Heavenly Region for their precious monthly votes. After some narration, Sei-Ito finally settled Ilya and her maid on duty today, Ligerit, and was able to start her heart replacement surgery. This time, Sei-Ito had much less to do. With the help of Castor and Ryder, the two magic experts, it didn't take long for the room transformation and the preparation for the surgery to be completed, and they entered the official implementation stage. Sei-Ito, who had been prepared for a long time, laid Ilya, who was hypnotized by magic, flat on the operating table, held a sharp blade in his hand, and cut her chest. Sei-Ito, who had already had the experience of heart replacement, and his technique was a lot more nimble. It only took a little more than a minute. For the outside world, It would take at least 10 hours to complete the large-scale heart replacement surgery. At this point, Ilya, like her mother Alice Phil, officially got rid of the tragic fate of being a small Holy Grail container. After the operation, Ito and Castor worked together to remove all kinds of magic effects on Ilya's body and woke her up from her coma. And Ilya raised her hand and rubbed her eyes, then sat up from the operating table, as usual. "It's done." Then Ilya touched her chest in astonishment and asked, "Yes, it's done. Are you interested in seeing what your heart looks like?" Ito asked with interest. "Okay." Ilya, who didn't hesitate at all, simply said, "Oh, well, here, this is your heart." Ito, who was stunned by Ilya's performance, shook his head helplessly, turned around, took the medical freezer that was placed aside, and opened it in front of Ilya. He opened the freezer and presented the heart that was wrapped in a large number of ice cubes with a faint yellow luster in front of her eyes. "Is this my heart?" Ilya curiously reached out and touched the heart in the box and said with a strange look. But it was normal to think about it. Anyone who saw their own heart in front of them would also feel strange in their heart, right? "Yes." Ito nodded to confirm. Then he reached out and closed the box. "This is just the preliminary treatment. If you want to completely solve the problem in your body, you still need follow-up treatment and adjustments. You have to be mentally prepared," Ito said in a low voice. "Oh," Ilya responded softly. "You rest first. Wait until evening. Let's talk business." Ito looked at Ilya and said, "Is it about the Holy Grail War?" Ilya said calmly, "Yes." Ito admitted. "I got it," Ilya replied. After saying that, she turned around and jumped down from the operating table, quickly leaving the room. Bang! The door was slammed shut. That thing, is it okay to leave it in her body? Seeing Ilya leave, Castor couldn't help but ask, "Do you mean the ideal place far away from everything?" Ito asked. "Yes. If you give it to Saber to use, Saber's combat power will definitely improve a lot." Castor stated, "I know, but at this point in time, do you think the increase in Saber's combat power will affect us?" Hearing this, Castor couldn't help but think that there was no enemy in the enemy's team except for his group, and he couldn't help but be silent. So, instead of leaving it idle in your hands and my hands, it is better to put in Ilya's body to play its role, so as to prevent Ilya from having an accident because of what will happen next. Seeing that Castor understood, Ito chuckled. "What's more, that thing should belong to Ilya. I'm just returning it to its original owner." "I see. Kari-sama," Castor responded. Then, she suddenly chuckled and continued. "However, Lord Chung is wrong about something. The true owner of the Utopia, far away from everything, isn't Ilya, but Saber. If Saber were to hear what you just said, she would definitely be unhappy." "Then don't let her know." Ito laughed. Then Ito, Castor, and Ryder walked out of the room and found Saber, who was strolling in the castle, and they stayed in Ahrensburg Castle together. Time passed, and it was late at night in a blink of an eye. "Ilya," Ito stopped Ilya, who was about to go back to her room to rest. "What's the matter?" Ilya said with an indifferent expression. "Look at you, you should know. So I'll just say it. I have killed the other heroes, and now your berserker is the only one left, so..." Ito looked at Ilya seriously and said. But before he finished speaking, Ilya interrupted him first. "You kill them all? Then why didn't Saber, Castor, or Ryder die?" Ilya said coldly. As soon as this remark came out, the atmosphere in the room immediately changed. The rule of the Holy Grail summoning is to gather the power of 6 servants to open the path to the source. Then use the magic accumulated in the Holy Grail to fix the hole. But this is not absolute. In fact, under normal circumstances, you only need to kill 5 servants to perform the Holy Grail summoning ritual. But this time, because of the legacy of the previous Holy Grail War, there were 2 archers in this Holy Grail War, plus Lancer and Assassin, which means that you have gathered the souls of 4 servants. So this time, you only need 1 more servant soul to perform the Holy Grail summoning ritual. After a pause, Ito said slowly, "So you plan to sacrifice Berserker?" Ilya said angrily, I will give Berserker a chance to fight. After a moment of silence, Sei Ito said in a low voice. You. Ilya glared at Sei Ito angrily. What chance to fight? Isn't it just Caster, Rider, and Saber besieging Berserker? Although her Berserker is very strong, it is not invincible. How can it win? But Ilya knows very well that she has no choice. Unless Scylla and Ligerite also participate in the attack, there is a possibility of winning. Should I let Scylla and Lily participate in the battle? Ilya's eyes flickered. As the defective products of the Ahrensberg family's little Holy Grail series of androids, Scylla and Ligerite are not only Ilya's protectors and maids, but also her battle attire. Only when the three of them are together, they are the complete androids that can withstand the third messenger. Therefore, Ligerite and Scylla have very high combat ability. In terms of close-range combat, they can compete with the Executors. After a while, Ilya made a decision in her heart, then opened her mouth and shouted, Scylla, go and call Lily over. You and Berserker will fight them together. Yes, Mississippi. Scylla lowered her head. Then she turned around to call the hibernating Ligerite. As mentioned before, she and Lizette were defective products among the androids, so they had various flaws. One of them was that they could only move around for 12 hours a day. After that, their lifespan would be reduced. So every once in a while, Lizette would change shifts with Scylla and rest to ensure that she was in good condition. I agreed to let Berserker fight with you, but I want 2 more people, Ilya said coldly. Your maid? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. Yes, Ilya confirmed. Okay, but at the same time, I will also join the battle. Sei Ito said lightly. You? Oomph. Ilya let out an angry snort when she heard that. If it was said that Berserker's side had a high chance of winning in a 3 versus 3 battle, then after Sei Ito said that he would join the battle, it immediately became uncertain. Because Ilya had seen Sei Ito's powerful strength at the beginning, how could this not make Ilya, who desperately wanted to keep Berserker, not angry? After a while, Ligerite and Scylla came to Ilya's side. Ilya, Mississippi. Ligerite and Scylla greeted her one after another. Come with me. Ilya coldly snorted, turned around, and walked out of the castle. As a maid and a guard, Ligerite and Scylla didn't speak and silently followed. Similarly, Sei Ito also nodded slightly to Caster, Rider, and Saber, then took the 3 of them and followed. After walking for a while, the group arrived at the courtyard where the king's banquet was supposed to be held in the original novel. Berserker, Ilya, who came to the corner of the courtyard, shouted, Roar! In response, with a sudden roar, the majestic Berserker appeared from the void, stood on the left side of Ilya, and looked straight at Sei Ito and the others on the opposite side. Ligerite, Scylla. Then Ilya shouted again. Ligerite and Scylla stretched out one hand, and in a clear magic light, 2 bright silver metal axes appeared in the hands of Ligerite and Scylla. Under the reflection of the bright moon high in the sky, a cold light was reflected. Caster, after the battle starts, fly to the sky immediately. Sei Ito whispered to Caster, standing behind him. Yes, Master Chung. Caster responded. Berserker, Lily, Scylla, kill them. Ilya ordered loudly. Chapter 1865. Roar. Berserker roared and strode towards Sei Ito. At the same time, Lizette and Scylla also flashed and appeared in front of Sei Ito in an instant. They waved their axes and chopped down on Sei Ito's body from left and right. Obviously, they wanted to capture the ringleader first and end the battle as quickly as possible. But before the 2's attacks fell, they heard a crisp sound. An invisible long sword and a long chain sword with a long chain appeared in front of Sei Ito, blocking the attacks of Lizette and Scylla. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Caster also disappeared in the space distortion that suddenly appeared. Then in the next moment, he reappeared in the space distortion, suspended in the air. Then Caster opened his robe, and a large and small magic light ball was activated on the robe that spread out like wings, and they rained down on Berserker below. Boom, 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 boom. A large number of fierce explosions immediately resounded in the courtyard. Berserker Ilya, who raised one arm slightly to block the dust in front of her face, shouted loudly, "Roar!" At this time, Berserker roared and slashed his sword into the void, creating a visible torrent of air, splitting the smoke and mist, shooting straight toward Castor in the sky. Castor didn't dodge, he simply faced it head-on. But in the next second, a magic vortex suddenly appeared in front of Castor. Like a black hole, it swallowed the torrent of air, and then like a high-pressure water gun, it spit out the torrent of air again. Who? The torrent of air cut through the sky and hit Berserker's body. Boom! Then there was a muffled sound, and the torrent of air exploded. The air was blown out in all directions. Roar! Berserker, who was attacked, roared angrily. Then Castor, who was almost invincible, continued to release magic light ball, bombarding Berserker one after another. Saber, leave this to me. You go and deal with Berserker. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had been watching the battle between Saber and Sella, suddenly said, "Yes." Saber, who was fighting with Sella, responded. Then, with a powerful kick, he deflected Scylla's spear and axe. Then, with a step, he rushed toward Berserker, who was covered by magic attacks. Seeing Saber running away, Sella didn't hesitate and simply swung her axe toward Sei Ito. Who? A half-moon-shaped axe instantly fell in front of Sei Ito's forehead. Sei dodged the axe by a hair's breadth, but Scylla immediately stopped the axe. She turned her wrist and put the axe horizontally and swept toward Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito turned around, moved along the long handle of the axe to Sella's side, and swung his arm toward Sella's head. Sella leaned back and, at the same time, released a hand holding the long handle, raised her leg, and kicked toward Sei Ito's back. Sei Ito lowered his body. With a small sliding step, he passed under the long handle of the axe and Sella's left leg. Then his body jumped, and his left palm hit Sella's side ribs. Boom! Sella, who was attacked, immediately fell to the side. Then Sei Ito, who finished the attack, turned his palm and threw 4 crystal gems towards Sella. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, 4 explosions sounded, and a lot of frost immediately appeared on the surface of Sella's body, freezing her. Boom! Sella, whose body was stiff, fell heavily to the ground, leaving a pile of fine ice chips. Sei Ito stepped forward and quickly appeared beside Sella, leaned over, and hit her forehead with his palm. Sella was completely stunned. Then Sei reached out his hand and grabbed the spear and axe in Scylla's hand. Then he straightened his body and looked at Lizette, who was fighting with Ryder and was faintly showing signs of defeat. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't pay too much attention to it. He directly rushed to Berserker, who was fighting with Saber, and swung his axe toward Berserker's ankle. Berserker, who had the mind's eye, lifted one foot and easily dodged. Seizing this opportunity, Saber, who was competing with Berserker, abruptly pushed Berserker back. Boom, 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 boom. Then a large number of magic light balls fell on Berserker's body in a timely manner, creating a burst of smoke. I'll attack his lower body. Taking advantage of this gap, Sei Ito quickly said to Saber next to him. After that, without hesitation, he rushed to Berserker's side and stabbed his spear at Berserker's instep. Berserker let out a loud roar as he endured the bombardment of Magician and swung his stone sword to chop down. The strong wind pressure instantly dispersed the surrounding smoke. At this time, Saber's figure appeared beside Sei Ito and raised her sword to block Berserker's stone sword. Clang! Under the huge pressure, Saber's face showed a strained expression. However, it was also because of her block that Sei, who ignored the wind pressure, pierced Berserker's foot with the tip of his hatchet. Ouch! Berserker let out a long roar in pain. Retreat! Then, Sei Ito withdrew his spear and axe, and together with Saber, they dodged Berserker's stone sword. Bang! Without any obstruction, the stone sword fell to the ground, creating a strong vibration and a large crack on the ground. Sei Ito, who dodged the follow-up attack, rushed in front of Berserker, raised his spear and axe, and slashed Berserker's wrist. In an instant, a large amount of blood splashed from Berserker's wrist. Berserker stretched out his left hand and grabbed Sei Ito's body. Sei, who had tiptoed on the ground, jumped nimbly and landed lightly on Berserker's arm. Then, he turned around and used the spear and axe in his hand to create a crescent-shaped cold light. With a schwa sound, he swept past Berserker's eyes. Puff! Then Berserker's eyes were instantly shattered by the slash, causing Berserker to lose his vision. Ouch! In pain, Berserker let out a loud roar, swinging his body and slashing his sword, forcing away all the enemies around him that could threaten him. Berserker! Seeing Berserker injured, Ilya loudly shouted, "Saber, use your noble artifact," Sei Ito said after retreating from Berserker's side. "Okay," Saber replied. Then, she took 2 steps back and stood firm. She raised her arms high, and a golden light immediately blossomed from the sword in her hand. It was as dazzling as the sun. Then, Saber waved her hands and slashed down with the golden light blossoming sword. Excalibur! Whoosh! The golden light whistled and directly bombarded Berserker's body, but it didn't slow down at all as it flew towards the winter forest behind him. "Berserker!" Ilya anxiously shouted. After a few seconds, the golden light scattered, revealing Berserker's body. Like a melted statue, one could see Berserker's skeletal body. She actually killed Berserker 4 times in one go. Ilya muttered with a face full of astonishment. 4 times, huh? In addition to the time when he was killed in the villa and the time when he was attacked by assassin. In other words, there are 6 more times. Sei Ito inwardly narrowed his eyes after hearing Ilya's words. Bang! Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, Ryder also defeated Lizette after a battle and tied her up with a long chain. "Ryder, summon your noble artifact as well," Sei Ito immediately ordered after seeing Ryder leave the battle. Ryder didn't waste any time and immediately flipped his wrist to summon his noble artifact, Ryder's reins. Then, with a shake of the reins, a white fantasy sky white with a pair of wings appeared in the sky amidst a neigh and quickly galloped to Ryder's side. After Berserker had regained his balance, Ryder leaped onto his white horse. With a flick of the reins, Ryder rode his horse up into the sky like a whirlwind. He looked down at Berserker, who was slowly regaining his vitality under the surging magic power. About a minute later, Berserker was resurrected. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't hesitate and shouted, "Go!" Then, he once again rushed towards Berserker with his spear and axe. On the side, Saber, who heard the order, also followed closely behind. Then, after 10 seconds, along with a soft poof sound, one of Berserker's ankles was severed by Sei Ito, and he couldn't help but half kneel on the ground. "Ryder!" Sei Ito and Saber quickly retreated and shouted. In the next moment, a white meteor rapidly descended from the sky and crashed straight into Berserker, who was half kneeling on the ground. Chapter 1866. P.S. Thank you for the precious monthly votes cast by Pixlu, Wongit, Kex, Mars, and Light Cracking. Berker. Ilya muttered in disbelief as she looked at Berker's figure gradually disappearing into the scattering photon particles. Then her body softened. She sat on the ground and continued to mutter to herself in a daze. "How can this be? Didn't we say that we will be together forever?" Seeing this, Sei Ito walked to the front of Ilya, leaned down, stretched out his hand, and patted Ilya's shoulder gently, giving her silent comfort. Ilya seemed to have lost her soul. She still sat on the ground and did not respond. "Ryder, let go of Lizette." Sei Ito straightened up and turned to Ryder and said. Ryder, who heard the instruction, immediately put away his weapon and let go of Lizette. "Take care of Ilya." Sei Ito, who turned back to Castor and Ryder, said in a low voice. "Yes." Lizette bowed her head and responded. "Castor, Ryder, Saber, let's go." Then, the 4 of them took the medical freezer that contained Ilya's heart, the small holy grail, and left Einsberg Castle under Lizette's gaze, disappearing into the vast winter forest. Then, after some movement, the group came to the underground cave under Ludong Temple in Ludong Mountain. What a strong magic power. Feeling the magic power flowing in the cave, Castor couldn't help but sigh. And it also has a good foundation, a little arrangement. You can make a strong position. No wonder this place was chosen as the venue for the ceremony. Ito smiled when he heard the words and opened the medical freezer in his hand. He took out the heart that exuded a faint golden luster from it. Then he raised his hand and threw the heart, where the small Holy Grail was thrown to the center of the Scarlet Stripe Road in the cave. The next moment, the heart that was thrown out suddenly stopped slightly, and it was suspended in the air in a way that violated the rules of gravity, and it beat like a normal heart. Dong dong. The sound of heartbeats echoed in the underground cave. After about 10 seconds, the heart floating in the air suddenly stopped beating. A strong golden light bloomed from the heart like a small sun. Ito and the others subconsciously closed their eyes. At this moment, surging energy surged out of the underground cave like a tsunami. Ito narrowed his eyes and looked at the center of the light. At the center of the path, a pitch-black line suddenly appeared in the space, and like a huge eye that was about to open, it slowly expanded to the top and bottom, revealing a pitch-black void. At the same time, a strange substance that was as black as mud poured down from the open hole like tears, falling onto the ground. The sound of something being corroded by strong acid rang out in the quiet cave. The Holy Grail, Saber muttered as she stared blankly ahead of her. Holy Grail? Then Saber took a step forward while muttering to herself. She instinctively leaned toward the Holy Grail. Saber. Castor called her in a deep voice. Saber ignored him and still walked toward the Holy Grail mechanically. I can finally fulfill my wish. In her confused mind, the image of the Night Army appeared. In the bloody hill at dusk, she was alone with a sword. Who is that? Once again with my companions in the old stone castle. Dozens of muscular men in metal armor sat around a round table, drinking wine and eating meat, talking and laughing loudly. Artoria Arthur sat on the main seat with a big red ribbon on her body. She looked at the others with a smile on her face. Is that me? Why am I sitting there? Who am I? Absolutely, I will not let the tragedy repeat. In the company of everyone, she led the people to fight back and defeated one powerful enemy after another. On the way back, she enjoyed the cheers of the people. I'm a king. I am King Arthur. I want to save the country. The young girl who was like a knight's servant walked alone to a strange stone with a sword inserted in it. Under the gaze of an old mage in a hooded robe, she reached out and pulled out the sword that countless people could not take down. The stone sword. My name is Artoria Pendragon. The moment this name rang in her mind, Saber's slightly empty eyes suddenly lit up like gemstones, exuding a germanium glow. Saber. At this time, Seito's voice suddenly sounded. Saber stopped, turned around, and looked back at Seito with a cold face. Are you going to stop me? Saber said softly. She didn't become angry or lose her mind because she regained her consciousness and learned that she had been handed over to Seito. If I say yes, what will you do? Seito asked. Saber didn't speak, but her hands holding the sword tightened. Obviously, if that was the case, she would choose to resist to the end. Castor, use the command seal. Seito, who understood Saber's intention, said. Hearing this, Saber's expression immediately changed. Use all the command seals to order her to destroy the Holy Grail with all her strength. When Castor was about to use the command seal, Seito's voice sounded again. What? Castor and Ryder were shocked and subconsciously looked at Seito. You, Saber, who had already encountered this kind of thing in the Fourth Holy Grail War, was full of anger, and she stared at Seito. Give the order, Castor. Castor. Itose looked at Saber on the opposite side and said, Yes, Chung-sama. Although he was still shocked by Seito's order, Castor still obeyed his order. Stop. Saber stomped her feet and rushed toward Castor. He roared furiously. Seito and Ryder stood in front of Castor and stopped Saber. I used the command seal to order, use the noble phantasm, destroy the Holy Grail. Castor raised his arms and said in a deep voice. Almost at the moment when the order was issued, Saber, who had just been entangled with Seito and Ryder, moved uncontrollably. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Seito. Saber, who was controlled by the power of the command seal, turned to face the Holy Grail and asked loudly. Seito did not answer. I used the command seal to order, use the noble phantasm, destroy the Holy Grail. At this time, Castor used the last command seal in his hand that belonged to Saber and repeated the command. Then, Saber, whose entire body was surging with mana, raised her hands high and pointed her long sword at the sky, releasing a dazzling golden light that resembled the sun. Why? Saber yelled in disbelief. Excalibur! The long sword swung down and slashed out fiercely. Who? The golden light cut through the sky and instantly bombarded the Holy Grail in midair, and the hole opened by the power of the Holy Grail. Boom! A huge amount of magic gushed out and burned like a tsunami, raging in the entire underground cave, destroying the rock walls around the cave that had been strengthened by the magic for many years. Seito, Castor, and Ryder were in the cave. Fortunately, the three of them were not ordinary people. Under the protection of the enchantment, they survived the initial outbreak and waited for the subsequent magic turbulence to calm down. As for Saber, just like the Fourth Holy Grail War, after exhausting her magic, she turned into a large number of spirit particles and returned to Camlon Hills through time and space. After 10 minutes, the magic turbulence subsided, and a broken cave appeared in front of Seito, Castor, and Ryder. It's finally over. Looking at the mess in front of them, Seito couldn't help but sigh softly. Yes, it's over, Castor said with a sense of loss. Are you worried that it will disappear? Seito turned to look at Castor and Ryder beside him and said softly, the mission of our color Avant is to help Master in battle, to win the final victory. Now that the Holy Grail War is over, our mission has come to an end. It won't be long before we follow the rules of the contract and return to the Hall of Valhalla. Castor explained with a smile. His expression showed clear satisfaction. I know, but I also said that I want to keep you by my side forever. So don't worry, you will definitely be able to stay, definitely. Seito stretched out his arm and hugged Castor and Ryder next to him. Then he put his head on their shoulders and said softly, I believe in you, Chung-sama. Castor replied with a gentle face. Ryder didn't speak. He quietly leaned in Seito's arms. Let's go back first. We'll deal with things here later. After a while, Seito let go of the two. He turned his head and looked at the ground that was covered by a large number of rubble, but he could still faintly see the red lines blooming on the ground and said softly, what else needs to be done here? Castor wondered. Seito smiled and didn't explain. He took Castor and Ryder, who were a little confused, to leave the underground cave that had become a secret room because of the explosion and return to Rin Enbin's home. Rin, let me borrow your basement. Sakura, come with me. Seito said to Rin Enbin and Sakura Enbin, who were staying at home. Rin Enbin didn't object to his request. He took Seito, Sakura Enbin, Castor, and Ryder into the basement of Enbin's house. Just like the rooms in Farasaka's house, the basement was very large, about 100 square meters in size. The walls were made of solid rock with magic runes that could conceal one's aura. There were no extra decorations in the basement, only a huge magic circle that covered most of the floor. This is the magic circle you use to summon Archer. Seeing the complex magic circle on the ground, Seito said, yes. Rin Enbin didn't hide it and simply replied, do you mind if I modify it? Seito turned to look at Rin Enbin and asked, what are you going to do? Rin Enbin frowned. I plan to use it to re-sign the contract with Castor and Ryder. Seito explained, you want to keep them? Rin Enbin was surprised. Of course. Seito affirmed. Rin and Osaka looked at Ito-sei with a strange look in his eyes, and then said, "Do as you wish." "Thank you." Sei Ito thanked him, then stepped to the side of the magic circle, bowed his head to observe the pattern of Enbin's magic circle, intending to find something that can be modified. "Caster, Rider, you two come and take a look." Then, Sei Ito suddenly remembered that Caster and Rider were also magic masters. They were even the son of God and the goddess. So he quickly called the two of them to his side to help him modify the magic circle. Because it was their own matter, the two of them didn't hesitate and immediately joined in to help Sei Ito modify the magic circle. 10 minutes later, after a round of discussion, a new summoning magic circle, which was based on the summoning magic circle of the Enbin family, was presented to everyone in the underground room. Then Sei Ito, Caster, and Rider stood in the magic circle and called Sakura Enbin, who was standing on the side, to enter the magic circle, and then activated the magic circle. In an instant, a blue magic light bloomed from the magic circle, forming a halo, shining brightly on the four people, making them look very mysterious. Then, the light became brighter, forming a dazzling beam of light that completely wrapped the four people in the light. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the beam of light suddenly exploded and turned into a large number of photon particles that slowly melted into the air. "Sakura, how do you feel? Can you still bear it?" Sei Ito turned to look at Sakura Enbin and asked. "Fortunately, I feel that the consumption of magic power has not increased much." Sakura Enbin shook her head slightly and said softly, "That's good. If you feel that you can't bear it in a few days, let me know. We will modify the contract again." Sei Ito said, "Okay, Chungij." Sakura Enbin promised. Although without the support of the world, the consumption of magic power has increased several times compared to before, but the result is very good. You have succeeded in staying. This is our biggest victory in this Holy Grail War. Sei Ito looked at Caster and Rider and smiled. Chapter 1867. P.S. Thank you to CCLLY and Blood Fighting in the Three Realms for their precious monthly votes. Thank you very much for your help. On this day, in the living room of Sei Ito's newly purchased villa, Bizette, who was dressed in a neutral suit, bowed. 6 days have passed since the end of the Holy Grail War. In the past 6 days, Sei Ito, in addition to re-signing the subordinate contract with Caster and Ri by modifying the summoning circle, he also used his relationship to get some knowledge about the Holy Grail system from Shinji Mitsuhiro and Ilya Mitsuhiro. Then he joined forces with Caster, who mastered kamikaze magic, Ri, who was a goddess pendant, who had a powerful magic power, Here, who had a vast knowledge of modern magic, and Cheyenne, who could be said to be the strongest alchemist in the contemporary era, to crack the principle of the Holy Grail system. They used the principles they mastered to completely disintegrate the Holy Grail system in the underground cave of Ludong Mountain that had just been cleared out by the Dragon Fong soldiers. At this point, the Winterwood Holy Grail War that had lasted for 5 years officially came to an end. If there was another Holy Grail War in the future, it could only be the fake Holy Grail War that happened in the United States. After that, Sei Ito took everyone to bid farewell to Rin and Kuei, to Saka, and returned to the newly purchased villa. At the same time, he sent a message to Yalan, who was staying in Guanbuzi City, to come back. But what he didn't expect was that Bizette, who was recuperating in Guanbuzi City, also came back, which led to the previous scene. "It's just a small matter, you're welcome." Sei Ito waved his hand and said. Bizette looked at Sei Ito. He nodded and straightened up. He didn't thank him. However, he remembered this kindness in his heart and was ready to find an opportunity to repay him in the future. "Then I won't bother you. I'll take my leave first," Bizette said. "I hope that when you report to the chronometer tower, you won't say that you've seen me here. Also, don't tell anyone that your arm is a prosthetic," Sei Ito said softly as he looked straight into Bazet's eyes. Bazet lowered his head and looked at his left arm. He didn't feel anything different when he opened and closed his palm. Even the appearance of the prosthetic arm was like a real arm. He nodded silently. As an outstanding member of the Timepiece Tower's executive department, how could she not know what such a prosthetic limb represented? Therefore, she knew very well what kind of trouble it would bring to that person if they knew about the condition of her left hand. Thank you. Seito bowed his head and thanked Bazit. Goodbye, Bazit said calmly. He then turned around. Seito stood up and sent her off to the hallway. She put on her shoes, pushed open the door, and walked out. Bang! The door of the room was gently closed again. Unknowingly, another month passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, when Seito, who was wearing a pair of swimming trunks and half lying on a beach chair, stayed by his swimming pool and watched here, Liz, Baifei, Sakura, Tasaka, Castor, and Ryder playing in the water, a pleasant ringtone suddenly sounded. Then Jialan, dressed as a maid, walked to his side and handed the phone to Seito. Seito took the phone, pressed the answer button, and put it to his ear. Who is it? Lord, the woman you have been paying attention to has appeared. On the phone, Asakami Yasuzo's voice came out. Appeared? Where are we now? Seito sat up straight and asked. We are about to enter the vicinity of Mitsumachi. Asakami Yasuzo said. I see. Also, you immediately ask someone to prepare a house for me in Mitsumachi, the kind that can accommodate many people. I have a use for it. I need it by tomorrow noon at the latest. Seito ordered. Yes. Asakami Yasuzo respectfully responded. Then Seito hung up the phone and threw it to Jialan next to him. Did something happen, Brother Chung? Sakura, who was wearing a purple bikini, asked Ito Senari. Her fair skin was exposed to the air. Yes, there are some things I need to go to Mitsumachi, Seito said with a smile. Oh, Sakura Tasaka suddenly responded. But this time, you may have to go home for a while. Then, Seito slightly restrained his expression and continued to say under Sakura Tasaka's puzzled gaze. Because this time, in addition to me, here, Cheyenne, Liz, Baifei, Medea, and Medusa will also go with me. Well, what is it that requires so many people? Here was surprised. True Ancestor and Roa, Seito said lightly. When the two words Roa came out, a cold, murderous aura immediately bloomed from Here's body, like the cold wind of winter, making Sakura Tasaka shiver subconsciously. Sister Here? Sakura Tasaka whispered. Are you sure? Here asked with a cold expression. I'm not completely sure, but since True Ancestor has appeared, it's not impossible, Seito said with a shrug. Although he was sure that the Four Seasons Tasaka of the Tasaka family in Mitsumachi was Roa's reincarnation, but some things changed because of him, such as the survival of the Seven Knights clan, the destruction of the Tasaka family, Amber and Emerald not staying in the Tasaka family, and so on. Who knows what will happen to Four Seasons Tasaka? So he didn't say it completely this time. Well, you guys continue to play. I'm going back to the house to see Cheyenne. After that, Seito ignored the people in the swimming pool and turned back to the villa. He went straight to the room that was turned into a laboratory by Cheyenne and knocked on the door. Knock, 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 knock. 10 seconds later, with a soft sound, Zi Yuan's body was revealed from behind the open door. What's the matter? Cheyenne asked. I got the news about True Ancestor. How about it? Do you want to go together? Seito chuckled. Really? Cheyenne's eyes lit up as she asked. Of course, otherwise, I wouldn't knock on your door at this time. Seito said. Where? Cheyenne opened the door and asked with a little eagerness. Near Mitsumachi. Seito replied. Okay, give me 10 minutes. I'll pack up and go with you. Cheyenne said. After that, she turned around and prepared to return to the laboratory to prepare. But then, Seito grabbed her arm and stopped her. What's the hurry? Finding True Ancestor is not something that can be done overnight, and I have information that Luo, one of the 27 Death Apostles, will also appear in Mitsumachi. With True Ancestor's resentment towards him, he won't leave until he stays for a few days, so time is of the essence. Seito persuaded with a funny face. In addition, I have also asked people to prepare a house for us in Mitsumachi. We can't stay in a hotel or sleep on the street when we get there, right? It's inconvenient to move. Okay, call me when you are ready. After a moment of silence, Cheyenne said, Don't worry, I believe you'll be fine. Ito raised his hand and put it on Cheyenne's cheek, stroking it gently with his thumb, and said softly, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I have to do an experiment. Feeling the touch on her face, Cheyenne's cheeks turned red, and she said with a panicked expression. Then, he immediately stepped back and got away from Ito Mori's hand. With a bang, he slammed the door shut. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Ito smiled, turned back to the living room, sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and recalled the information about Yuji. Then time passed, and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. Yasuzo Asakami acted very quickly. Almost last night, he helped Ito settle the matter of the house in Mitsumachi. So early in the morning, Ito took Liz, Baifei, Cheyenne, Castor, and Ryder to leave Fuyuki City by car and rushed to Mitsumachi, which was not too far away, and came to the house prepared by Yasuzo Asakami. This was a typical mix of Japanese and Western style, the kind of single-family house that could be seen in the streets and alleys. The area was not large, only more than 60 square meters. It was divided into 2 floors, and it was surrounded by a low wall. Although it was very small, it could be said that Yasuzo Asakami had done enough to get such a house in such a short time. After all, Mitsumachi was not very big. The largest building in the whole town was the small area of Ino's house. There were not many large villas in the whole town. Even if he wanted to get a big villa, it was impossible. According to the information mentioned in the previous contact, Ito found the key to the door under the flower pot in front of the door, opened the door, and walked into the house with Liz, Baifei, Castor, Ryder, and Cheyenne, who was very weak because of the sun, sweating, walked into the house. Castor, set up a barrier around the house first. Ito ordered. Okay. Castor agreed, then turned and walked to the side and started to set up a barrier. Ryder, you two go out and familiarize yourself with the situation in Mitsumachi. If there is any abnormality, come back and report it in time. Ito ordered again. Ryder and nodded, left the house, and wandered around Mitsumachi. What are we doing? Liz and Baifei asked. Tidying up the house. Ito smiled. Then Ito pulled Liz and Baifei to get busy in the house. Of course, there was nothing to tidy up the house. After all, after Yasuzo Asakami's people took it, the house has been cleaned up to the extent that they can move in with their bags. The reason why he said that was that he wanted to find someone to accompany him to familiarize himself with the house. Chapter 1868. P.S. Same old question, first pass, then change. Next is the follow-up report of the murder incident. This morning, the body found in the riverside is currently suspected to be related to the serial killings. The body was found more than 3 days ago, so the police are targeting the nearby residents. On the TV, a male announcer was reporting the afternoon news with perfect pronunciation. Snap! The light screen flashed, and the TV was turned off. It has been determined that it is related to non-human things, but it has nothing to do with a legendary vampire in the city. At least this body has nothing to do with Death Apostle and Vampire. Cheyenne Yuan raised her hand and pushed the glasses on her face and stated in a flat tone, Castor, what about you? Ito turned to look at Castor, who was observing Mitsumachi through a crystal ball, and asked, There are indeed some anomalies in this town, but we need to observe them further to judge the specific situation. Castor said softly after dispersing his magic. In addition, the target you asked me to pay attention to has entered the town, but she discovered my observation and cracked my magic. If we want to find her again, we can only rely on Ryder and Here's exploration. That's it for the time being. Castor will stay here and monitor the town with magic. Ryder, Here, and I will use the old method to search manually. Cheyenne Yuan, Liz, and Baifei will stay here and act when necessary. Ito looked at everyone and arranged. For this arrangement, everyone had no objection and nodded in agreement. Then everyone stayed in the room for a while, and then they separated and acted according to their own division of labor. Say Ito walked on the road like an ordinary person. If we follow the original plan, today should be the beginning of the plot. But unfortunately, now there is no Yashiki, and the true ancestor Elkit will not be divided by 17 and will not come here this morning and trigger the plot. It's a bit troublesome, Say Ito whispered while walking on the road. Boom! However, at this moment, a dull sound faintly came from the depths of the alley beside him. Say Ito, who heard the sound, was stunned, and then turned and moved toward the depths of the alley where the sound came from. It can't be so coincidental, Say Ito whispered. But things were just so coincidental. Not long after Say Ito ran into the alleyway, a black dog that had been sent flying came flying toward Say Ito. Sure enough, the area of a town is very small. Say Ito waved his arm and sent the dog flying to the side. He thought to himself, this was also true because the town in Japan was really small. It was so small that it was not much larger than the area under the jurisdiction of the General Neighborhood Committee in China. It was not even as big as a small town. Therefore, it was not too incredible to coincidentally encounter something that one wanted to encounter. After solving the accident in front of him, Say raised his eyes and looked inside. At the innermost end of the alley, a beautiful woman with short blonde hair was standing in the alley. She was wearing a white long-sleeve top and a conservative blue skirt. She was none other than the true ancestor that Say Ito was looking for, Elkit Brunstad. At this time, she was looking up, not knowing what she was looking at. But she quickly withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Say Ito, who unexpectedly appeared here. In an instant, a pair of red pupils reflected in his eyes. It seems that you're not an ordinary person. Elkit, who looked at Say Ito and the dog that was sent flying by him with interest for a while, said, Magician. Then, before Say Ito could speak, Elkit said again, Alley Beauty, do you want to have a go? Say Ito asked with a smile. What do you mean? Elkit blinked her eyes and asked, do you mean a fight? No, no, no. How can it be a barbaric thing like a fight? What I mean is, should we find a place to sit down and have an in-depth exchange? Say Ito quickly shook his head, denied Elkit's words, and then invited with a double meaning. Of course, with Say Ito's understanding of Elkit, she definitely wouldn't understand this kind of words. Okay, Elkit, who didn't understand the meaning of the words, agreed with a smile. Follow me. Say Ito raised his hand and waved, then turned around and walked out of the alley. Elkit looked at Say Ito's back with a calm expression and then followed him. Along the way, Elkit was like a child. Her face was filled with innocence and curiosity as she looked at the various buildings and signs written on the buildings on the street. She also asked Say Ito what the words on the signs meant. She didn't have the vigilance and sense of danger that ordinary people would have when facing strangers. Just like that, the two of them walked for more than 10 minutes and finally stopped in front of a couple's hotel. Say Ito then used suggestion magic to open a room and led Elkit into the couple's hotel. Are we going to talk here? Elkit looked at the novel toys in the room and the adult movies that were being played on the TV. Say Ito turned on. Yes, we're here. Say Ito walked to the side of the waterbed and sat down with a smile. What do you want to talk to me about? Because there was only one big waterbed in the room, Elkit couldn't help but sit down on it. She was interested in watching the TV that had already entered the main show. There were all kinds of movies that were elegant, selling one's father, using one's library. Say Ito moved his body to Elkit's side, reached out his hand to hold her waist, and gently caressed her. Of course, we're going to have a deep conversation. Then, everyone stayed in the room for a while. Then they separated and acted according to their own division of labor. Say Ito walked on the road like an ordinary person. If it's according to the original work, today should be the start of the plot. But unfortunately, now that there's no Yashiki, the true ancestor, Elkit won't be separated by 17 and come here early in the morning to trigger the plot. It's a bit troublesome, Say Ito whispered while walking on the road. Bang! However, at this moment, a dull sound faintly came from the depths of the alley beside him. Seito was surprised when he heard the sound. Then he immediately turned around and moved toward the depths of the alley where the sound came from. It can't be so coincidental, Seito whispered. But things are so coincidental. Not long after he ran into the alley, a pitch-black dog beast that was sent flying howled and flew toward Seito. Sure enough, the area of a town is very small. Seito waved his arm and sent the dog beast flying to the side. Then he thought to himself, this is also true because a town in Japan is really small, so small that it's not much bigger than a neighborhood committee in an ordinary city in China. It's not even as big as a small town, so it's not too strange to encounter something that you want to encounter. After dealing with the accident in front of him, Seito raised his eyes and looked inside. He saw at the innermost end of the alley a beautiful woman with short blonde hair wearing a white long-sleeved top and a conservative blue skirt was standing in the alley. She's none other than the true ancestor that Seito was looking for, Elkit Brunstad. At this time, she was looking up, not knowing what she was looking at. But soon she withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Seito, who unexpectedly appeared here. In an instant, a pair of red eyes reflected in his eyes. It seems that you're not an ordinary person. Elkit, who looked at Seito and the dog beast that was sent flying by him with interest for a while, said, Magician? Then, without waiting for Seito to speak, Elkit said again, Alley Beauty, do you want to have a go? Seito asked with a smile. What do you mean? Elkit blinked her eyes and asked, do you mean a fight? No. How can it be a barbaric thing like a fight? What I mean is, should we find a place to sit and then have a deep communication? Seito quickly shook his head, denied Elkit's words, and then invited with a double meaning. Of course, with Seito's understanding of Elkit, she definitely wouldn't understand this kind of words. Okay, Elkit, who didn't understand the meaning of the words, agreed with a smile. Follow me. Seito raised his hand and waved, then turned and walked out of the alley. Elkit looked at Seito's back with a dull expression, then followed him. Along the way, Elkit was like a child, looking at the various buildings and signs written on the buildings with a face full of innocence and curiosity. She also asked Seito what the words on the signs meant. She didn't have the vigilance and sense of danger that ordinary people would have when facing strangers. Just like this, the two of them walked for more than 10 minutes and finally stopped in front of Couple's Hotel. Then, Seito used hinting magic to open a room and brought Elkit into the couple's room. Are we talking here? Elkit looked at the novel toys in a room and the adult movies that were being played on the TV that Seito turned on. Yes, it's here. Seito walked to the side of the waterbed and sat down with a smile. What do you want to talk to me about? Because there was only one large waterbed in the room, Elkit couldn't help but sit down on it. He was engrossed in watching the TV, which had already entered the main show. Various kinds of elegant selling off one's father movies were being played. He asked. Seito moved his body to Elkit's side, reached out his hand to hold her waist, and gently stroked. Of course, it's a deep communication. Chapter 1869. P.S. Thank you to LKSKLN for your precious monthly votes. Of course, the matter of deep communication did not happen in the end. The two of them tacitly skipped that topic and began to talk about Roa. I think before we deal with Roa, we should first get rid of the other death apostle that entered the city. Seito said, Are you talking about Nero cows? Elkit continued, Yes. Seito nodded in confirmation. Coincidentally, that guy is also on my execution list. Let's do as you say. Elkit said indifferently. The true ancestor, or Elkit, was born with the purpose of eliminating dangerous elements, death apostles. Therefore, other than chasing after Roa, she would also eliminate the death apostles and the ghouls that were bitten by the death apostles. Therefore, among the many death apostles, she also had the nickname Executioner, which was full of bloodthirst. Do you mind if I call a few of my companions? Seito asked. Not just you and me? Elkit asked curiously. In her mind, she really did not think of adding more people to carry out this kind of mission. My companions have weapons that can eliminate Nero, Seito explained. Oh, Elkit responded in a low voice, not knowing whether to agree or not. As for whether she agreed to call more people, she did not give a clear answer. All right, I won't call them. But let me say this first. If we really do meet Nero, in order to ensure that we can completely eliminate him, I will still call them. After a short silence, Seito sighed helplessly and decided. Hearing this, a happy smile appeared on Elkit's face. Let's go out and play. Then, Elkit stepped forward and pulled Seito's arm. She said casually as she pulled him out of the couple's room. Since he was already being pulled away, Seito could not say anything. He could only chuckle helplessly and followed Elkit out of the room, wandering around the streets of Sanitachi, until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Just as the two of them walked past an empty public green space, a tall male figure appeared in front of them. The man was tall, about 9 meters tall. His skin was pale, and he looked like a European. He was wearing a black windbreaker, coupled with the many scratches on his face that looked like they had been scratched by wild beasts. He looked very frightening, as if he was a bad person doing some kind of work. Good evening, Princess of the True Ancestor. I finally found you. The person who came said faintly. You sure know your place, Narakaos. Or should I call you Phobo Loan? A dangerous smile appeared on Elkit's face as he spoke softly. How is that possible? He had never thought that he would ever hear the name of a human again. As expected of our executioner, even the experience of the 27 Death Apostles is clear as day. Nero Cows said in shock. 20? Don't you agree that Snake is your companion? Elkit said in surprise. The so-called Snake was actually referring to Roa. Because he had the ability to reincarnate infinitely, he had the special title of Akasha's Snake. Therefore, among the Death Apostles, Snake became Roa's exclusive name. Of course, he is a vampire without the existence of vampires. Compared to the other Death Apostles, I had planned to know more about him. Nero's tone was full of disdain. Yeah, the heretics are birds of a feather. Elkit sneered. How is that possible? Heretics are called heretics because they are isolated. It's impossible for them to understand each other. Nero Cows said, but I'm a little surprised. When did the princess, who has always acted alone, get together with a human magician? Could it be that you've already forgotten the pain caused by the snake? Nero's gaze turned slightly and landed on Ito, who was standing beside Elkit, and said sarcastically. As soon as she said that, Elkit's expression immediately changed. His originally scarlet eyes turned golden as he entered battle mode. Did I touch your sore spot? Nero said softly. Nero Cows. Elkit's body emitted a strong magic aura as he growled in a low voice. Nero Cow's body didn't move, but from half of his body, there were a few huge dog beasts that they saw in the alley during the day. They bared their teeth and stared fiercely at Elkit and Ito, letting out a low growl. Seeing this, Ito didn't hesitate. He shook his arm and grabbed the obsidian dagger that slipped from his sleeve, the spear of Torwiska Bontic Atori. He turned his wrist, and a bright white ray was reflected from the surface of the stone. It swept across the dog beasts and Nero Cows like a laser. Puff! As expected, the dog beasts and Nero Cows were cut in half. But in the next moment, the black blood wriggled, and a new Nero Cows emerged from the blood that gushed out from the broken corpse. That is, Elkit said with a serious expression. Do you see? Nero Cows said softly. Nero, your body and this power, to me, the lack of a body isn't a problem. I'm just 666 beast DNA and the same amount of life's turbidity. In other words, Nero Cows calmly explained when he realized that Elkit seemed to have seen through his true form. Then he raised his hand and grabbed his head. Puff! Then in the next moment, Nero crushed his own head. Seeing this, Ito and Elkit's face showed a shocked expression. Even if my body is broken in half or my head is destroyed, it's still meaningless to me. At this moment, Nero Cow's voice sounded again. I'm originally something without a body. When I return to my body from the place where I was killed, I can be resurrected as a part of chaos. Then, the blood shadow flew and turned into a black snake that shot towards Sei, Ito, and Elkit. I'm one. I'm also 666. If you want to truly destroy me, you'll have to destroy 666 lives at the same time. Nero Cows, who created another body, said proudly. Sei Ito flipped the dagger in his hand upside down. Bright white light shot out and killed the blood shadow that was flying towards him. Elkit's 10 fingers turned into sharp claws and brought out a sharp cold light. He also destroyed the monsters that were flying towards him. Impossible. If you put the concept of life without any color into a human's body, your ego will disappear. Elkit said loudly as he destroyed Nero Cow's attack. That's right. We're no longer individuals. We're a group. One day, the name Nero will also become a meaningless piece of meat. But it doesn't matter. Nero Cows was like a person who was enlightened. He said calmly, "Now, I don't know what will become is churning in my body. It can be said to be a primitive order. What is waiting for me in the future? I want to fully understand it before I fall. I'm only pursuing this. Although it takes a lot of effort to absorb consciousness like you, it's also a kind of joy. Become a part of, I just like this." Then, more black monsters appeared in the field. They pounced towards Sei Ito and Elkit from all directions. Sei Ito and Elkit did not panic in the face of danger. They used their overwhelming power to kill the monsters that Nero Cows released. But, just as he said, no matter how many times the monsters were killed, the monsters would always return to Nero Cow's body and merge into the chaos to be resurrected. They continued to form new monsters and attacked Sei Ito and Elkit. Unknowingly, the ink-black blood flowed all over the ground of the park under the two's slaughter. Then, in the next moment, the blood on the ground suddenly shot up. It formed a curtain that pressed down on Sei Ito and Elkit. Sei Ito flipped the Torowiska Bontic Atori spear in his hand. The light of decomposition shot out and cut the curtain of blood. Elkit used both hands to grab 10 blades of cold light. The blood curtain was torn into several pieces. But before the broken blood veil could completely fall, a new blood veil appeared right after. And together with the blood that surged to the feet of the two, the new curtain of blood rushed towards Sei Ito and Elkit. At the same time, the monsters around them jumped up and bit. It prevented the two from intercepting the blood curtain. Under the influence of many factors, finally, in the next second, the blood curtain pressed down on the two's body. It stuck to Sei Ito and Elkit's body like asphalt and tightly wrapped them. Do you still like the chaos in my body, princess of the true ancestor? Even if you are in your complete state, you can't destroy it. It was made by gathering 500 of my clones, the land of creation. Seeing that Elkit was wrapped in the black curtain of blood, Nero Cows opened his mouth again. Since you receive your flesh in the modern world, how many of our compatriots have died? How many seniors wanted to bury you, but met the opposite fate? But tonight, all of this will end. The great cause that so many people couldn't achieve, let me, Nero Cows, complete it. At this moment, Sei Ito, who was also wrapped in the black curtain of blood, showed a smile on his face. Nero, overconfidence isn't a good thing. Sei Ito laughed. Before Nero Cows could understand what he meant, a large number of magic light bullets suddenly flew down from the sky and bombarded Nero Cow's body. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions reverberated in the air above the park. Then, a black shadow quickly came out from the trees on the side and rushed towards Nero Cows under the cover of the energy smoke produced by the explosions. The weapon in the shadow's hand pierced towards Nero Cows. Vanish into nothingness. Vampire. Then, a woman's shout resounded in the night sky. It was Liz Byfay's voice. This is... Nero Cows's voice was filled with shock and anger as he spoke from the smoke. Your companion? Elkit asked. Yes. Sei Ito nodded in confirmation. Then, he joked. Looks like we're saved. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, several streaks of cold light flashed past Ito, Sei, and Elkit's bodies, cutting apart the black blood veil around them, allowing them to regain their freedom. Sorry to trouble you, Ryder. Ito, who was still stained with black powder, smiled and said, "This is—" Elkit looked at Ryder, who was standing on the side, and faintly sensed that something was different. Ito smiled at Elkit and did not explain. Elkit knew not to pursue the matter. Instead, she was still looking at Ryder with interest. Then, the smoke dispersed, revealing Nero cows and Bifei who were standing behind him. They were holding a concept weapon that had the pure concept of annihilation. It was a weapon that specialized in dealing with vampires, the official canon, and stabbed it into Nero Cow's body. "Damn executor," Nero Cows said angrily. "Wrong. I'm a holy knight of the Heresy Inquisition. I'm not the executor of the burial mechanism, as you said." Liz and Bifei, who were trying to activate the power of the official canon to destroy Nero Cow's existence, corrected him. "Lackey of the church," Nero Cow scolded. "Elkit, have you fallen to the point where you have to join hands with the church?" Nero Cows then looked at Elkit and questioned loudly. "Nero, you're questioning the wrong person. Elkit doesn't have the ability to mobilize the church's personnel." Before Elkit could say anything, Ito refuted with a smile. "Besides, although Liz and Bifei are holy knights, the word former should be added in front of her name. She's now just a combat member in my team. It's just that you're unlucky to meet us here." Liz and Bifei opened their mouths and wanted to defend themselves. However, when they remembered that they had not contacted the church for more than 2 years, which was basically the same as defecting, they could not help but remain silent and tacitly agreed with Ito's words. "As long as we can destroy the heresy," Liz and Bifei comforted themselves. Then Narokas, who had been struck by the spell, let out a loud roar. A dozen ferocious monsters abruptly appeared around him and lunged at Liz and Bifei, who were behind him, as if they were about to vanish. Ryder's figure dashed forward and arrived beside Nero Cows. He swung his chain sword and beheaded the monsters, assisting Liz and Bifei in destroying Nero Cows. After about a minute, Nero Cows let out a long cry and turned into a pile of ashes. The night wind blew his ashes into the air. Chapter 1870. From the looks of it, you guys seem to have come prepared. Elkit looked at Castor, who fell from the sky, Ryder next to him, and Liz and Bifei, who were drawing a cross on their chest with interest, and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's leave first." Hearing this, Ito smiled and suggested, "Okay." Elkit tilted his head and looked at Ito and agreed. Then everyone gathered together and left the park. 10 minutes later, everyone returned to their residence in Mitsucho. "Hey, aren't you?" Looking at here who appeared in the room, Elkit, who had a good memory of Roa's 16th reincarnation, was surprised. "Yes, she is the reincarnation of the previous Roa here," Ito explained in a timely manner. "Shouldn't she have been killed by me?" Elkit said strangely. "How should I put it? I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky. Here not only obtained Roa's magic knowledge during the period of Roa's possession, but also integrated with Roa's immortal attribute. So after you killed her and let Roa reincarnate, she was resurrected again and was found by the people who buried the mechanism. It just so happened that I was in the vicinity at that time, so I saved her," Ito explained. "And for some reason, she is now like you, determined to kill Roa completely, which is why I brought her here this time. So that's how it is." Elkit suddenly said, "Who are you? Why are you looking at me like that? Also, if I'm not mistaken, you should have been bitten by a death apostle." Elkit's gaze fell on Shine Yuan and asked with a surprised look, "I am Shine Yuan Ultramatrasia. As you feel, I was indeed bitten by a death apostle. Just 2 years ago. In order to prevent myself from completely becoming a death apostle, I am now studying how to reverse the transformation of a death apostle. So, can you give me some of your blood? Your true ancestor's blood should be of crucial help to my research." Without waiting for Ito to introduce himself, Ziyuan introduced herself and put forward her request directly. Hearing Ziyuan's request, Elkit frowned unhappily. "What if I don't agree?" After a pause, Elkit said calmly, "Then I'll have to use my own method to get it, Ziyuan said lightly. On the other side, Liz and Baifei were also preparing to attack. As for here, after looking at Elket and Ziyuan, he retreated to the side. He didn't participate in it. Similarly, Castor and Ryder, who followed Seito's lead, didn't show the slightest desire to attack. Seeing Ziyuan's expression, Elket's eyes turned from scarlet to golden light, exuding a faint pressure. Enough is enough. Seito couldn't help but shout when he saw that the situation between the two had become tense. And Seito's words were still reasonable. After hearing his shout, Elket, Liz, and Baifei suppressed their thoughts of attacking and quieted down. Elket, can you give me some of your blood? Then Seito walked to Elket. He looked into her eyes and asked softly, I suddenly feel that I'm not interested in you. It's rare that I felt a little interested in you before. Elket, who quietly watched Seito for a while, suddenly turned her head and said angrily like a child throwing a tantrum. Seito couldn't help but feel stunned when he heard this. I'm leaving, Elket said again. Then she turned around and strode to the entrance. She put on her shoes and pushed the door out of the house. The open door slowly closed behind him. I'll go after her, Seito said. Then when the door was about to close, he pushed the door open and flashed out of the house. Bang! The door slammed shut. You're a little impatient. He looked at Ziyuan and said, It seems that my way of talking is really wrong. It's just that with our current strength, we should be able to beat the true ancestor, right? Is it necessary to be so polite to her? Ziyuan frowned. That true ancestor is very strong. Very strong, Ryder said calmly. Castor's eyes flashed, but he didn't speak. Believe in him. Since he has been in contact with the true ancestor, I believe he will help you get the true ancestor's blood. Liz and Baifei comforted. Ziyuan nodded slightly. She acquiesced. On the other side, Seito, who caught up with Elket, didn't mention anything about blood. Just like a small follower, he followed Elket and strolled around Sanitachi at night. Until a few hours later, they stopped in a hotel room. I'm going to rest. Elket, who sat down on the bed, said, Well, you rest. I'll guard you. Seito said cheekily. Elket heard him and didn't pay attention to him. She lay down on the bed and closed her eyes to rest. Then, very soon, a soft sound of happiness rose from Elket's nostrils. Do you mind if I sleep next to you? After a while, Seito walked to the other side of Elket's bed and sat down on the edge. He looked at Elket, who was sleeping on the bed, and asked. Elket, who was already asleep, naturally couldn't answer him. Since you don't answer, then I'll take it as a yes. I'm going to lie down. Seito smiled. Then he really lay down next to Elket. After a while, Seito said again, Do you mind if I hug you to sleep? Of course. Elket still didn't answer him. After that, Seito once again turned around and put his hand on Elket's body. He gently tightened his arms and hugged her in his arms. Well, it's still more comfortable like this, Seito whispered. Sleep. Then, Seito stretched his head, kissed Elket's forehead, and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, another sound of snoring echoed in the quiet room. But at this time, Elket, who didn't respond until now, opened her eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils. She looked at Seito's face with interest, smiled, and closed her eyes again to sleep. However, Elket, who was sleeping again, didn't notice that Seito, who she thought had fallen asleep, had a slight smile on his face. Ding dong. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but a crisp sound of a bell suddenly came from outside the room. After an uneventful night, it was already the next day. Early in the morning, Elket was like a child who got a new toy. She took a black pen and drew on Seito's face. There was a circle on his left eye, another circle on his right eye, and black vertical lines of different lengths around his mouth. On both sides of his cheeks and forehead, there was a pattern like a tortoise shell. I'm satisfied. Suddenly, Seito, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said softly to Elket, who was still in his arms. Not even close. Elket curled his lips and said, then turned over and sat up on the bed. Then how about I go out on a date today? Seito, who also sat up from the bed, asked with a smile. Eat meat? Elkit asked strangely. In Japanese, a date sounds similar to a certain word. As for whether it's eating meat or something else, I forgot. So my Japanese-speaking friends mistakenly spat it out. It's a date. We're going out to play together. Seito explained. Okay, what do you want to play? Elkit agreed with a face full of happiness. Let's go to Miyamoto Prefecture. It's closer and won't affect our business tonight, Seito said after thinking for a while. Okay, Elkit replied. Then the two of them ordered breakfast through room service. After eating breakfast in the room, they left the hotel together and took a bus to Miyamoto Prefecture. Just like they said in the morning, they began their date. The first stop was the zoo in Miyamoto Prefecture. Hey, okay, what do you say we let them out? Elkit, who was walking in the zoo and admiring the various animals in cages, suddenly said, let's forget about it. These guys are nothing to us, but to normal people, they're ferocious beasts. They'll cause a lot of panic. Seito patiently dissuaded with his mouth twitching. Oh, Elkit nodded and looked at the animals with a peace of mind. After looking at the animals, it was almost noon. Seito took Elkit to enjoy lunch. Needless to say, for Elkit, who thought everything was delicious, the lunch at noon easily made her feel extremely happy. Then the two of them went to the cinema and watched the latest movie in this world. They continued to eat cold drinks, play games, go shopping. Until after dinner, the two of them ended their date and returned to Miyamoto Prefecture. It's about time. We should get down to business. Seito looked up at the sky and said to Elkit beside him. Elkit nodded, her body faintly emitting a cold, murderous intent. Follow me, Seito called out. Then he stepped forward and moved into the depths of Miyamoto Prefecture. Elkit didn't ask and silently followed. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two of them arrived in front of a Western-style courtyard building. It was the Tenno family home that Seito had invaded more than 10 years ago. Although the Tenno family home still looked the same, the aura it emitted gave people a strong sense of desolation and loneliness. It made people's hair stand on end. It's here, Itsunari said in a low voice. Chapter 1871. P.S. Same old question, first pass, then change. Hearing Seito's words, Elkit's eyes almost immediately turned from blood red to golden yellow and entered into battle mode. I don't know if Roa's reincarnation is at home, Seito said softly. Then, without any nonsense, he directly jumped over the wall and landed in the courtyard of Ino's house. Just like the desolate feeling of Ino's house, the weeds in the courtyard of Ino's house seemed to have not been taken care of for a long time. They grew long, straight to the calf of a person, which was a bit troublesome. Immediately after, Elkit also jumped into the courtyard. Seito waved his head at Elkit, indicating him to follow, and he moved toward Ino's house according to the memory of the invasion. In this way, the two gently walked through the grass, through the courtyard, and into Ino's house, and began to search room by room. What brings you to Ino's house in the middle of the night? Two guests. But without waiting for them to search for a long time, a cold female voice suddenly sounded in the room. Seito and Elkit stopped and turned to look at the direction of the voice. Over there, a slender and graceful girl wearing a white long-sleeve shirt and a blue pleated skirt with a red hairpin entered their sight. Her long black hair was like a waterfall and was tied up with a red hairpin. Looking at the familiar face of the girl, Seito's mind subconsciously came up with the other party's name. Ino Akiba. Was she not played by Ino's Four Seasons? Looking at the seemingly normal Akiba, Seito couldn't help but secretly think. Suddenly visiting, but not giving you any hospitality, I am very sorry for not being considerate enough as the host. But forgive my rudeness, who are you? Akiba continued to say, Good evening. Miss Ino, let us introduce ourselves. I am Seito. Next to me is Elkit. We have some things to ask you. I don't know if Miss Ino is willing to answer. Seito said with a smile. That depends on the questions you ask. If it involves some secrets, I have the right to refuse to answer. Akiba said lightly. Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for Miss Ino. Ito said with a smile. I want to know, where is your brother, Ino's 4 seasons? Then, Ito's expression changed. Asked lightly, why do you want to find my brother? Akaba's expression, when she heard this, her body was full of pressure. Asked, well, we think that something came to this city and possessed your brother, Ito said with a shrug. Question mark. Akaba frowned. Her face showed displeasure. Rich family, excellent families, and talent. For that guy, the Ino family is the most suitable noble family in this city. Although you also have the smell of an inhuman, it is certain that you're not the target we're looking for, so the most likely one to be possessed is your elder brother, 4 seasons Yoshino. Ito who ignored Akiha Yoshino's expression, continued to narrate the situation. So, can you tell us where your brother is? No comment. Akaba said coldly. That's really troublesome. Ito said in a low voice, as if he had a headache. Since you don't want to say, then I'll use my strength to force you. Elkeet suddenly said. After saying this, Elkeet's body flashed, and he appeared in front of Akaba, whose pupils shrank and grabbed her neck. But at that moment, Akaba's aura suddenly changed. At the same time, her hair turned from black to blood red. Then, a blazing flame suddenly appeared in front of Akaba and blasted towards Elkeet. Elkeet retracted his arms and blocked in front of his face, following the momentum of the flame. He flew backwards. Bang, walala. A glass window was smashed into pieces by Elkeet's body. After repelling Elkeet, Ino Akaba stopped and waved his arm, creating a spiraling flame vortex, then shot it towards Ito on the side. Ito tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. With a light smile, he jumped backwards and left the room through the gap created by Elkeet's body, landing in the courtyard of the Ino family. Not long after, Akaba, who was emitting a strong aura, also jumped out of the broken window and landed in the courtyard, facing off against, Ito and Elkeet. I don't care where you came from, but don't bother my brother again, Akaba said loudly. It seemed that even without Shiki, Akaba's brother complex attribute still didn't decrease at all, and under the cultivation of Roa, it was all transferred to Roa's body. What if I have to get close? Elkeet said coldly. Then die. Far Wild Autumn Leaf replied without any trace of politeness. Oomph. Elkeet snorted coldly, waved his hand, and pulled out 5 cold lights, which turned into light blades and flew towards Akaba. Akiha Ono stomped on the ground, and her body quickly escaped from the attack of the light blade. Then, she turned around again and charged straight at Elkeet. With the support of the fire energy, she kicked at Elkeet's head. What brings you to the Ino family in the middle of the night? 2 guests. But before they could search for a long time, a cold female voice suddenly sounded in the room. Ito and Elkeet stopped and turned to look in the direction of the voice. There, a slim and graceful girl wearing a white long-sleeve shirt and a blue pleated skirt, with a long black waterfall-like hair tied with a red hairpin, immediately came into view. Looking at the girl's familiar face, Ito's mind subconsciously came up with the other party's name. Akaba Yukino. Haven't you been played by Yukino Shiki? Looking at the normal Akaba Yukino on the surface, Ito couldn't help but think. Suddenly visiting, but not giving you any hospitality, it's my lack of etiquette as the host. I'm very sorry. But forgive my rudeness. Who are you? Akaba Yukino continued. Good evening, Miss Akaba Yukino. Let us introduce ourselves. I'm Ito. Next to me is Elkeet. We have some things we want to ask you. I wonder if Miss Akaba Yukino is willing to answer? Ito said with a smile. That depends on what you ask. If it involves some secrets, I have the right to refuse to answer. Akaba Yukino said indifferently. Don't worry. We won't make things difficult for Miss Akaba Yukino. Ito said with a smile. I want to know where your brother, Yukino Shiki, is. Then, Ito's expression changed and asked, why do you want to find my brother? Akaba Yukino's expression changed when she heard this, and her body was full of pressure as she asked, how do you say it? We believe that something has descended into this city and possessed your brother, Seito said with a shrug. Wealthy family, excellent bloodline and talent. For that guy, the Akiba Yukino family is the most suitable noble family in this city. Although you also have the smell of an inhuman, I can be sure that you're not the target we're looking for. So, the most likely person to be possessed is your brother, for Seasons Yoshino. Ito-sei ignored Akiha Yoshino's expression and continued to narrate the situation. So, can you tell us where your brother is? No comment. Akiba Yukino said coldly. That's really troublesome. Seito said in a low voice as if he had a headache. Since you don't want to say it, then I'll use force. Elkeet on the side suddenly said. After saying this, Elkeet's body flashed, and he appeared in front of Akiba Yukino, whose pupils shrank and grabbed her neck. But at that moment, Akiba Yukino's aura suddenly changed, and at the same time, her hair turned from black to blood red. Then, a blazing flame suddenly appeared in front of Akiba Yukino and blasted towards Elkeet. Elkeet retracted his arms and blocked in front of his face, and flew backwards due to the momentum of the flame. Bang crash. A glass window was immediately shattered by Elkeet's body. After repelling Elkeet, Akiba Yukino stopped and waved her arm, creating a spiraling flame vortex that shot towards Seito. Seito tiptoed and jumped backwards with a light smile on his face. He left the room through the gap created by Elkeet's body and landed in the courtyard of Akiba Yukino's house. Not long after, Akiba Yukino, who was emitting a strong aura, also jumped out of the broken window and landed in the courtyard, facing off against Seito and Elkeet. I don't care where you came from, but don't bother my brother again, Akiba Yukino said loudly. It seemed that even without Shiki, Akiba Yukino's brother complex attribute still didn't decrease at all, and under the cultivation of Roa, who was possessed by Roa, it was all transferred to Roa. What if I have to get close? Elkeet said coldly. Then go die. Akiba Yukino replied without any trace of politeness. Oomph. Elkeet snorted coldly, waved his hand, and pulled out 5 cold lights, which turned into light blades and flew towards Akiba Yukino. Akiba Yukino stepped on the ground, and her body escaped from the light blade attack at high speed. Then, she turned again and rushed straight towards Elkeet, and with the support of the flame power, she kicked towards Elkeet's head. Chapter 1872. P.S. Thanks to Rose Emperor for her precious monthly votes. Just as Seito predicted, after 20 minutes, Toino Akiha woke up from her unconscious state with a groan. You're awake, Seito said indifferently. Toino Akiha frowned, then her expression changed. She suddenly opened her eyes and sat up on the bed. In an instant, Elkeet, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, and Seito, who was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, entered her sight. But immediately after, Toino Akiha's expression changed. She looked at Seito with an unkind expression. Rummaging through other people's things without the owner's permission is not something a guest should do. Toino Akiha said in a deep voice. A guest? Since you were defeated by us, you've become a captive. Collecting the captive spoils is the right of the victor. Seito glanced at Toino Akiha on the bed and said, But fortunately we found this thing. It saved us a lot of trouble. Seito shook the brown leather book in his hand and said with a smile. The brown leather book in Seito's hand was none other than Toino Akiha's diary. It was a very detailed record of her life since the death of her father, Toino Shinhisa. Of course, it also included the target he was looking for, Toino Akiha's diary. Now that you're awake, there's no need for us to stay here any longer. Please forgive us for our previous offense. We'll take our leave first. Then, Seito closed the diary with a bang and put it on the table. He put down his legs and stood up from the chair. He looked at Toino Akiha with a smile and said softly. Toino Akiha's eyes flickered. She didn't say anything. Elkeet, let's go, Seito called out. Elkeet straightened his back. She stood up and followed Sei Ito out of the room. Wait. However, just as the two of them were about to leave the room, Autumn Leaf's voice suddenly rang out. Sei Ito stopped and turned to look at Autumn Leaf with a puzzled expression. I want to know how you will treat my brother. Akiha Kono looked straight into Sei Ito's eyes and said seriously, based on what you've written in your diary, I can roughly deduce that the thing possessing your brother 4 seasons has begun to awaken and is gradually replacing him to return to his original form. It might even have returned to its original state by now. So, no matter what state he is in, your brother will die? After a pause, Sei Ito explained. Kino Akai remained silent. Just give up, Sei Ito said calmly. So saying, he did not linger in the room any longer, but went out with El Keat and left the house and returned to the street, which was shrouded in darkness and lights. I didn't expect that guy to have left Kino's house a few days ago. It seems that we can only use the old method to find him. Sei Ito sighed as he walked side by side with El Keat on the street. Sorry, I thought I could get rid of Roa quickly and then play with you in the modern world. Sei Ito turned to look at El Keat beside him. Do you have that kind of thought? El Keat, with his hands behind his back, leaned forward and looked at Sei Ito's face with a smile. Yes. Sei Ito nodded and confirmed. It seems that we can only put this plan on hold. Then let's make a deal. El Keat quickly walked in front of Sei Ito and smiled. After we eliminate Roa, you have to play with me in the city for a few days. Okay. Sei Ito smiled. Then he reached out his hand and raised his pinky. He joked, come on, let's pinky swear. Pinky swear? El Keat didn't understand. It's a popular way of making a deal in the East. Sei Ito stepped forward and grabbed El Keat's hand. He pressed down her 4 fingers and revealed her pinky. Then he reached out his pinky and hooked it with El Keat's pinky. Like this. Pinky swear hang. No change for 100 years. Ha 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 ha, so interesting. El Keat said happily. Then she reached out her hand and hooked it with Sei Ito's hand again, playing the pinky swear game. Let's go. While it's still early, let's walk around the street and see if we can be lucky enough to meet Roa, who is hiding somewhere. Sei Ito turned his hand over and held El Keat's hand. He pulled her forward and said softly. The result was needless to say. They couldn't find any trace of Roa. But it wasn't like they didn't encounter some unexpected situations, such as the ghouls that turned from humans after being bitten. The two of them still encountered a few and got rid of them while they were at it. Then it was late at night without them noticing. Forget it. Let's call it a day. Let's go back. Sei Ito gave up. Okay. El Keat thought for a moment and agreed. Then the two of them stopped their search and returned to the hotel where El Keat lived. Hey, El Keat. On the way, Sei Ito suddenly said, let my companions join in. After all, everyone has the same goal, and each of them has their own specialties. I believe that with them, we should be able to find Roa quickly. No. El Keat's expression changed when she heard this, and she angrily refused. Why? Sei Ito asked with some surprise. There is no why. When I say no, I mean no. El Keat said firmly. If you wanted to join in, let's split up. I can find Roa by myself. Okay, pretend I didn't say that. Sei Ito helplessly sighed when he saw El Keat's insistence. El Keat didn't say anything and just walked back to the hotel with large strides. After a while, the two of them returned to the hotel room. Ding, but at this time, a crisp bell suddenly rang in Sei Ito's ears. Sei Ito's expression changed, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. It was the window of the guest room. A black cat with a red tie around its neck stood on the edge of the window. It turned its head and looked at Sei Ito, who walked into the room with its golden eyes. El Keat, is that your cat? Sei Ito, who vaguely guessed the identity of the cat, asked. Him? Kind of. El Keat looked at the black cat on the windowsill and replied casually. Sei Ito looked at the black cat. He walked over. The black cat didn't run or hide, and its eyes were full of spirituality as it watched Sei Ito, who was gradually approaching. When he was in front of the black cat, Sei Ito reached out his hand. The black cat looked up at Sei Ito, jumped down from the windowsill, and walked away with elegant cat-like steps. It seems that it doesn't like me. Ito, who saw the black cat walking away, withdrew his hand and smiled bitterly. No, if Lynn didn't like you, she wouldn't have come out to meet you. Elkeet, who sat on the bed, looked at the black cat walking away and explained. Her name is Lynn. Ito's eyes flashed as he repeated. At this time, he was completely sure of the black cat's identity. A magician used a special ability to create a nightmare familiar with cat corpses and human souls. Lynn. The reason why she stayed by Elkeet's side was because of the deal between her original owner and Elkeet to use his special ability, turn memories into unconsciousness and make people unable to remember, to destroy the first Anaxio's enchantment and assist Elkeet in killing the first Anaxio. The premise was that Elkeet would be responsible for keeping her after his death. As for the so-called Anaxio, his full name was Anaxio Fanghalen. He was the 7th ancestor of the 27 Death Apostles. He was a blood-sucking plant that could think and move and turned into a Death Apostle. He was killed by Elkeet 800 years ago. You might have a good dream tonight, Elkeet said with a smile. Ito smiled and didn't say anything. He turned around and went into the bathroom to wash up. After about 20 minutes, he returned to the room. He didn't pretend anymore and directly sat on the bed, lay down next to Elkeet, and reached out to hug her. Sure enough, it's more comfortable like this, Ito said shamelessly. Is it really like this? Elkeet wondered, but she didn't object. Instead, she took the initiative to move her body closer to Ito's arms. She made herself more comfortable. It seems to be quite good, Elkeet, who had a little experience, said. Sleep, Ito chuckled. She then closed her eyes and peacefully entered her dream. Done, accompanied by a seductive summoning sound. Elkeet, who was naked, crawled out of the darkness and appeared in front of Ito. Elkeet, Ito was surprised. Master Chung. Then the voice sounded again, and the same caster crawled out of the black fog. Master Chung, Brother Chung, done, Ito. Then the voice continued, and from the black fog crawled out one after another naked rider. Sakura Tasaka, Liz Baifei, here, Cheyenne, Rin Tasaka, Kwai Tasaka, Asakami Tasaka, Amber Aruri, Aki Orange, Alice Phil Saber, Meo Yi, Kanyama Yusumi. Even his mother Eriko, eldest sister Suzu Ito, second sister Ito, and so on. All the women that Ito was familiar with or had a close relationship with crawled to his side and surrounded him like a forest of flesh, extremely seductive and lustful, stimulating Ito. Huh. Seeing this, Ito exhaled softly, raised his head from the breasts of the women, and said loudly, It's Len, right? Almost at the moment when Ito's voice fell, the whole strange space slightly paused, and all the women disappeared in front of Ito's eyes like a mirage. Then the scene changed, and Ito appeared on a beach covered by night with an extra piece of clothing. Hello, and looking at the young girl who appeared beside him, wearing a black dress with a big black bow on her light blue hair, Ito softly called. Lynn turned her head slightly. Although she didn't speak, Ito could still understand the meaning in her eyes. Hello. Do you want to get power from me? Ito asked softly. As a nightmare, there were 2 ways for Lynn to get power. The first was to sign a contract with someone, and then the master would provide Lynn with the magic she needed. The second way was to be self-sufficient. By entering the dreamer's mind, she would create a woman in the dreamer's mind that was suitable for the dreamer's mind, prompting the dreamer to have lust, stimulating the dreamer to ejaculate, and then absorbing the magic contained in the sperm to replenish her magic. Obviously, Lynn was now using the second method. However, according to the information Ito collected, ever since Lynn followed Elkeet, she didn't seem to have used the lust ability on any man. In the original work, she only used it when Elkeet asked her to thank Shiki Ino. He really didn't understand why she suddenly used this ability on him. Could it be like what Elkeet said? She didn't hate him? Lynn's eyes wandered, conveying the meaning. You mean, Elkeet asked you to dream for me, and then you took the reward? Ito was stunned. Lin's eyes gave an affirmative answer. Ah, so that's how it is. I thought you liked me, so you took the initiative to help me enter the dream and then get some magic. Seito said with a self-deprecating smile. Surprisingly, Lin actually responded to his self-deprecation. I don't hate you. Your body has a very strange smell. Thank you. Seito thanked her. Then the two of them became silent, silently admiring the deep sea in front of them. Until a moment later. It's rare for you to use your ability. It's not good to waste your power like this. How about this? Use your ability again. I'll cooperate with you. Seito said. Lin blinked his eyes and released his ability as he was told. The next moment, the familiar faint black fog once again appeared around Seito, who had become naked again. Then the black fog squirmed, and one by one, Elkeet, Caster, Rider, Saber, Liz, Bifei, Cheyenne, Here, Sakura Tasaka, Rin Tasaka, Kwai Tasaka, Alice Fair, Avioko, Akiha Tasaka, and other women who belonged to the Type Moon world came out one by one, enjoying their service with ease. In an instant, a familiar sense of stimulation emerged from the bottom of his heart. Although I know it's fake, the ability of this nightmare is really powerful. It can actually give people a real sense of stimulation. Seito, who enjoyed the service of the women, secretly sighed. Then, with a loud roar, he turned over and pressed a woman next to him under his body and began a fierce gender confrontation. Waves of moaning and moaning echoed in this strange space. Chapter 1873. She really likes you. The next morning, Elkeet said as she looked at the black cat sleeping peacefully on Seito's lap. Yes. Seito chuckled as he gently stroked the black cat with his palm. How about this? I'll give her to you. She likes to stay by your side anyway. Elkeet thought about it and suddenly decided. The black cat raised her head and looked back and forth between Seito and Elkeet with her golden cat eyes. Okay. Seito smiled and agreed. He then looked down at the black cat on his lap and asked softly, You don't have any objections, right? The black cat turned her head and looked at Elkeet. She then lowered her head and lay on her paw again, closing her eyes to sleep. We're done eating. Let's go. Elkeet got up and said, Okay. Seito agreed. He then gently picked up the black cat on his lap and put her on the bed beside him. He then stood up and left the hotel with Elkeet. They started searching in Mabucho County, where Mabucho was located. But Roa seemed to have evaporated. Other than finding a lot of ghoulish death apostles in the town, they couldn't find any trace of Roa. However, they weren't discouraged. Since there were ghoulish death apostles in the town, it proved that Roa was still active in Mabucho. As long as they looked carefully, they would be able to find him. Just like that, the two of them kept searching the streets day after day. A week had passed without them noticing. What a round moon. Seito, who was standing on the roof of a building, looked at the huge round plate in the sky that seemed to be within reach. He couldn't help but exclaim. Elkeet, who was also looking at the moon in the sky, didn't say anything. However, the breath on her body suddenly became a little unstable. Are you okay? He noticed Elkeet's abnormality. Seito turned his head and looked at her with concern. I'm fine. Elkeet shook her head slightly, even though she said that the pupils in her eyes from time to time still showed her true condition. Blood-sucking impulse? He paused. Seito said softly, just like how she was different from other vampires, she was not afraid of flowing water, garlic, holy water, crosses, and other common exorcism holy objects. Just like how she was able to walk freely under the sun, she also obtained strength, stamina, recovery ability, and terrifying blood-sucking urges that far surpassed ordinary vampires. Due to Seito's intervention, she didn't lose 20% of her strength like she did in the original world, but it didn't mean that she wouldn't have the urge to suck blood anymore. And apparently, under the influence of the full moon night, which had a special effect on vampires, the blood-sucking impulse, which she had been suppressing with her strength, suddenly rebounded. Hearing Seito's words, Elkeet's expression froze. I'm fine. It's fine. I won't leave you. Seito, who had been paying attention to Elkit's expression, didn't hesitate. He immediately reached out and pulled her into his arms. His hands gently rubbed her back to comfort her while whispering in her ear. Smelling Sei Ito's scent, Elkit's hands fiercely hugged Sei Ito's body. Her 10 fingers were like hooks, firmly grasping his flesh. But how could Sei Ito's body be comparable to the strength of an ordinary human's body? So even though Elkit's fingers had changed into the sharp shape of an attack, she couldn't scratch his skin. Only 10 faint white marks were left on his body. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Elkit breathed out a long sigh of relief. Her body softened in Sei Ito's arms. "Are you okay?" Feeling the change in Elkit, Sei Ito asked softly. "Yes," Elkit whispered. "That's it? You're not going to give me a reward?" Sei Ito pretended to be surprised. "What reward do you want?" Elkit turned her head. Looking at Sei Ito's face that was close to her, she asked curiously, "How about rewarding me with a kiss?" Sei Ito turned his head slightly and asked, "Kiss? What's that?" Elkit asked curiously. Sei Ito looked at Elkit speechlessly. He didn't know what to say. In the end, he shamelessly said, "Whatever. I'll take it that you agree." After saying that, Sei Ito stuck his head out. He sucked on the hesitant Elkit's lips and skillfully used his tongue to pry open her teeth. He broke into the jade pool and tangled with Elkit's clumsy tongue like a dragon. Ugh! Elkit, who felt a bit strange, subconsciously let out a low moan from her throat. But soon, Elkit was lost in the wonderful feeling that Sei Ito gave her. However, just when Sei Ito wanted to give Elkit a completely wonderful first kiss, a strange aura suddenly came from the center of the city. Elkit was shocked. She quickly pushed Sei Ito away and turned her head to look in the direction of the aura. "It's Roa," Elkit said seriously. After that, she didn't wait for Sei Ito's reaction and jumped in the direction of the aura. Seeing Elkit set off, Sei Ito helplessly shrugged and quickly followed her. Almost at the same time when the two of them set off, Heer, Caster, Ryder, and others also felt the aura released by Roa. They left the stronghold and rushed to the place where the aura was. With that kind of inhuman movement, it didn't take long for Sei Ito and Elkit to appear in front of a huge building. It was a building similar to a department store. The width of the building was about 17 or 18 meters, and the height was about 20 meters. It was divided into 7 floors, and magnificent neon lights were flashing on the surface of the building. Of course, this was the state of the building in the eyes of ordinary people. In the eyes of special people like Sei Ito and Elkit, there was a vast enchantment covering the outside of the building, exuding amazing magical fluctuations. Elkit didn't hesitate. She immediately stepped through the enchantment and walked into the building. Seeing this, Sei Ito couldn't do anything, so he silently followed. In an instant, a magnificent hall with brilliant lights appeared in front of the two of them. At this time, Elkit raised her head and looked at the top with eyes full of killing intent. She saw at the top of the hollow building a thin man with long black hair wearing black trousers and a white shirt. But the front of the shirt was all open, revealing the muscles and body lines below. He was looking at Elkit and Sei Ito, who were standing at the bottom of the hall with eyes full of evil intent. Needless to say, this person was Roa, and from the appearance and state he was now showing, it was obvious that he had completed a complete awakening, eliminating the personality information of 4 seasons in the wild and returning to the original form of Roa. "Welcome to my castle, Princess Elkit Brunstad." At this time, Roa said softly. Elkit was silent. "What's wrong? Ever since you came to this land, you seem to have a lot to say. In the end, you didn't even say goodbye?" Seeing that Elkit didn't speak, Roa opened his arms and said with a frivolous tone, "Forget it. Tonight is the perfect night for you to draw a perfect circle. If you are willing to accept my hospitality, then I can't be happier." Elkit was still silent, and seeing Elkit's behavior, Roa's face also revealed a furious expression. But at the next moment, Elkit's expression suddenly changed. It was filled with killing intent, anger, and frightening hatred. She shouted word by word, "Roa! Roa!" Her 5 fingers sharpened, and she entered an attacking state, accumulating a majestic magic power in her palm. But before she could release her attack, a faint stomping sound echoed in the air. Then, nearly 10 triple-circle magic circles with the thickness of a person suddenly appeared on the ground around Elkit and Sei-Ito. Intense magic power surged and gathered into thick lightning bolts that blasted toward the two of them. Bang! The lightning bolts bloomed and filled the hollow of the entire building. "It's really ugly. This is my castle. How can I not prepare anything?" Roa looked coldly at the blazing white light below and said in a low voice, "Or, you're only at this level. Have you fallen to the point where you can't even detect this level of magic?" But the next moment, a majestic, murderous aura that filled the entire space was emitted from the white lightning bolts. "What?" Roa's expression changed greatly. Then she turned around and quickly looked behind her. She saw that in the gradually dissipating smoke and dust of the building, Elkit's eyes were glowing with golden light. Then Elkit waved her right claw, bringing out an amazing energy blade. Bang! A huge crack immediately appeared on the building, dividing the whole building into two. The huge smoke and dust stirred up. Even if it was far away, it could still be clearly seen. It was like a road sign pointing the way for someone. For example, here, Castor and Ryder, who were rushing here. Then, after about 10 seconds, the smoke dispersed under the night wind. Ha! Ha! Ha ha, that's right. That level of magic really can't hurt you. If that's not the case, then the castle I prepared is meaningless. Roa, who appeared from the dispersed smoke, laughed crazily. Although at this time his body had become broken, not only was he missing an arm, but even his abdomen had a big hole in his internal organs, making him look like he would die at any time. Chapter 1874. Then, Roa stretched out his remaining left arm and shot out a blazing blue lightning from his palm towards Elkit. Elkit waved her arm and extinguished the lightning. Then, she grabbed with one hand and an upside-down broken steel pipe on the ground in front of her flew in her hand. It was stretched and straightened by an inexplicable force and finally turned into a thick javelin with a sharp tip that was thrown towards Roa. Puff! The thick javelin pierced into Roa's chest. Elkit's current appearance is rather frightening. Sei-Ito, who was standing on the other side of the broken building, looked at the battle unfolding opposite him and whispered to himself. However, he had no plans to intervene for the time being, so he stayed on the side and watched how things developed. Then Roa grabbed the javelin in his chest with one hand and let out an unconscious cry of pain while pulling the javelin out of his body. Puff! A stream of blood gushed out from the wound that had no blockage. Clang, clang, clang. Then Roa waved his hand and threw the javelin to the ground, making a series of sounds. During this process, Elkit had been coldly watching everything that Roa did. She didn't stop him, nor did she attack. No one knew why. Ha! Ha ha, what's wrong? You're definitely not at this level. Where did the merciless Lung Chikyo go? Where is the destructive power that didn't even leave a trace of the Demon King, fallen true ancestor? S destruction? Where is the terror that made all the defectors, death apostles, tremble? True ancestor, Elkit Brunstad. What was shocking was that Elkit's action of not attacking was actually met with Roa's hysterical, questioning voice filled with resentment. Then, magic light blossomed, and a thick magic lightning bolt shot straight towards Elkit like a ghost path breaker, thunder roar cannon. Go to hell, Roa roared. However, Elkit's figure just flashed and dodged the lightning's path and appeared beside Roa. His fingers were like steel claws as he grabbed Roa's chest. But at the next moment, a hand grabbed Elkit's wrist. It was Roa's left hand that was supposed to be missing, but it had grown out from his body at some unknown time. Even the serious injuries on his body had recovered under an inexplicable power. What a pity. Luoasie smiled. Elkit's expression was ferocious. With greater strength, he grabbed Roa's neck and smashed him against the wall behind him like a sack. Bang! An irregular crack immediately appeared on the wall that Roa hit, and then it shattered, allowing Roa to hit the lower floor of the building where Ito was located. Bang! Walla. More shattering sounds echoed in the building. This time, Elkit didn't wait for Roa's figure to stop. He immediately rushed toward Roa. "It's really a pity that you can't kill me now." Roa grinned. After he said that, an amazing scene began to happen. As if time was flowing backward, the debris scattered on the ground began to fly backward and spontaneously flew to the place where they should have been. Then the debris flew back to its original place and connected with the other debris, adhering and eliminating the traces of fragmentation. It didn't take long for the whole building to return to its original appearance when Ito saw it for the first time. However, Elkit didn't even pay attention to the changes in the surroundings. He still locked on Roa and kept attacking him to the point of death. But just like before, no matter how much damage he suffered, it didn't take long for Roa to return to his original state, as if all the damage he suffered before was an illusion. Ha, it's useless. This castle is fixed by warlocks. If it was before, you could even destroy a whole piece of land. It would be meaningless. But now you can't kill me. Roa said happily, "Oh, there's a guest?" Then at this moment, Roa said with a surprised expression. He saw in the hall on the first floor. Here, Castor and Ryder appeared in the hall. Over there, feeling Roa's aura, Here's expression changed and immediately rushed toward Roa. Seeing Here leave, Ryder didn't think about it and followed her. Castor also quickly flashed and was about to chase after them. But at this time, Ito's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Medea, don't chase. Try to see if you can break this barrier." Ito said, "Okay." Castor agreed and immediately stopped chasing. He observed the magic flow of the whole building with his spiritual eye. At the same time, after 2 or 3 turns, Here and Ryder also appeared in the field where Roa and Elkit were fighting. "Oh, ha, this is really good." Seeing Here's face, Roa was stunned at first. Then he laughed and said with a funny look on his face, "I didn't expect it to be that body. Interesting, this kind of situation in the past 800 years. It's the first time in the 17 reincarnations. How did you cross that death? Resurrected in that state. Has the capacity of that body reached that level? It's really interesting." Here's expression was cold. She stared coldly at Roa, who was looking at her, as if she was an experimental animal. "Look at you. You're here to kill me. What's wrong? Why don't you do it? Or, you can't do anything with such an empty body?" While talking, Roa raised his hand and shot several lightning bolts at Here. Here put her hands in front of her and resisted. Boom! Then at this time, Elkit and Ryder quickly attacked Roa. As a pure magician, Roa had nowhere to hide and was hit by the attack without any accident. Puff! Several wounds immediately appeared on Roa's body. But immediately, under the influence of the enchantment, he quickly recovered. Then, Roa waved his hand and shot a large amount of lightning bolts, enough to fill the entire floor, toward Elkit, Ryder, and Here, who had just escaped from the lightning attack and was rushing toward him. Boom! In the violent explosion, a large cloud of smoke and dust filled the air. However, at this time, the smoke and dust that filled the air paused slightly, and 2 dark figures quickly rushed out of the smoke. It was Here, who had the immortal attribute, and Ryder, who had a strong magic protection effect. The 2 ignored the pain caused by the lightning and ignored the lightning attack and rushed straight to Roa. Puff! The next moment, blood flew, and Ryder's 2 swords accurately pierced Roa's neck. At the same time, Here also inserted her palm into Roa's heart. Wah! Roa opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of blood. But immediately, a strange grin appeared on Roa's face. Then, Roa handed over his hands. One palm pointed forward at Here's face, the other hand pointed at Ryder's abdomen, and then a powerful lightning bolt shot out from his palm. Boom! In the loud noise, Here fell to the ground with a scorched face. Ryder, on the other hand, was sent flying by the powerful impact of the lightning. He only managed to stop after crashing into 4 or 5 ornaments. Umph. Even I want to hear the scream of someone who used to be me, but it seems that I went too far. It seems that I won't be able to hear it. Roa sighed as he looked at the lifeless Here on the ground. However, before he could finish his sentence, a cold light once again slashed in front of him. It was still Here's attack. He kicked the sharp blade that protruded from the front of his shoe toward Roa. Roa's body instinctively leaned back and dodged. Roa, who dodged the attack, raised his eyebrows and waved his hand again to create a lightning bolt that struck Here on the ground. Boom! Her right leg, which she had used to launch an attack, instantly broke from the knee joint and fell to the ground. However, even with such severe injuries, Here still didn't let out a single scream. What's the matter with you? Shouldn't you have died just now? Because it was too unexpected, Roa almost forgot that he was still fighting and looked at Here on the ground with an inquisitive gaze. Under his gaze, the place on Here's face that was damaged by the lightning was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time retrograde. No, the recovery power is not the effect of magic. Now I can hardly feel the flow of magic at all. Roa whispered to himself, but soon a look of realization appeared on his face, and he continued with an evil expression. So it's like this, you are my repeated existence. Thinking about it this way, I can understand why this body has almost no changes compared to that time. So you can be regarded as my daughter. As expected of a great magician who had been through many years, he had discovered the basis of Here's existence with just a few glances. But as a father, I'm very sad. Roa said again, I was really careless just now. It can be said that it was a great opportunity. But why didn't you use my knowledge? With that said, Roa once again released a lightning bolt at Here. At the same time, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside Roa and waved a big hand at Roa. Chapter 1875. Daughter? I'm such a thing. As if she had just heard terrible news, Here's eyes instantly lost all light. However, a scene that was buried deep in her memory appeared in her mind. It was her, the former Here. She had long hair that went past her neck and wore cute cotton pajamas. However, her expression was full of fear and helplessness as she crouched in a corner of the room. She grabbed her head with both hands as if she was resisting something. So scared, so scared. She didn't dare to move, didn't dare to touch strangers, and was careful when eating and drinking. However, she still couldn't suppress the desire in her heart. She stayed in a room like this for many days, until one day, she finally could not bear the ravaging of the strange murmurs in her heart from time to time. She stood up from the corner, staggered to the door that had been closed for several days, and opened it. Here, are you finally willing to come out? Outside the room, a middle-aged man wearing a shirt, a white apron, and a small white hat said, as if he was relieved. Here didn't say anything. She continued to stagger to the man's side. Here? Are you okay? The man asked worriedly. However, in the next moment, Here suddenly rushed to the man's side. She opened her mouth with a sinister smile and bit the man's neck like a wild beast. Ah! The man instinctively screamed in pain. Then, a stream of blood flowed uncontrollably from Here's mouth. Here, are you crazy? The man struggled and shouted. However, unexpectedly, the seemingly weak Here seemed to have divine strength. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from her suppression. In the end, his arms fell limply to his sides. It's been 100 years. This time your body is quite good. Very charming. After a while, Here raised her head with a satisfied smile on her face. She spoke in a voice that didn't belong to her. This was the first thing she did, and the first thing she said when she walked out of the room that had been closed for 3 weeks. And the one who became her sacrifice was her father, an honest bakery owner. From the second day onwards, Here, who had turned into a vampire, temporarily took over the bakery business with the excuse that her father was far away. She also used her status as a woman to tempt the town's men who came to buy bread. She tricked them into the kitchen one by one to suck their blood and kill them. In just a short month, the entire town became a land of death. Other than here, no one else was alive. She tried to dissuade her, but her body didn't listen to her orders. She was immersed in the joy of killing. She didn't want to live that kind of happiness. She just wanted to be like usual and help her family. Going to school. Even though I'm not good at waking up early, I've thought about inheriting my father's bakery in the future. It's just that normal. But because of this man. Because of this vampire's desire. At the thought of this, Here's eyes, which had lost their luster, suddenly lit up and flickered with a blazing radiance. Then he pressed his palms on the ground without hesitation. Crackle! In an instant, under the surge of a large amount of magic, an attack exactly the same as the lightning magic used by Roa rushed out from her hand. She rushed straight to Roa, who was opposite her. Boom! A huge cloud of smoke and dust immediately filled the space of the shopping mall. You don't hesitate to sacrifice your honor to kill me? Roa, who appeared behind Here, chuckled, then stretched out his hand and fired a lightning strike at Here's back. Boom! Here's body fell heavily to the ground, making a painful groan. Ugh, you really won't die. Looking at Here on the ground, Roa said softly. Boom! Then he kicked Here into the air, and the lightning in his hand shot toward Here, who was in the air. You will drown in despair and die. However, just as the lightning was about to fly out of his palm, a slap landed heavily on Roa's cheek. Pah! Under the violent blow, Roa's body immediately flew out to the side. Even the lightning in his hand was shot in the wrong direction, brushing Here's arm and lashing to the ceiling behind her. Boom! A large cloud of smoke and dust once again filled the shopping mall. You're finally not hiding anymore. Roa, who was holding the wall with his hand and climbing up from the ground, looked at the guy who hit him and said, Yes, I think it's time to send you back to your roots. Seito looked back at Roa with an indifferent expression and said, Elkit heel, stop it, both of you. Leave the rest to me. Then, without waiting for Roa to refute, he said to Elkit and Here next to him, I'm going to kill him myself. Here struggled to get up from the ground, her expression full of resentment. Unlike Here, who advocated to do it herself, Elkit surprisingly didn't put forward any opinions. He stopped and stood aside in a fighting state, waiting for Seito's action. You're not fighting at all. You're looking for death. Here, do you want to commit suicide? Seito, whose eyes had been fixed on Roa, sneered and said sarcastically. The latter's body shook when she heard that, and her expression showed a touch of dullness. Want to die? Yes. After a few seconds of silence, Here whispered with a self-deprecating face. We'll talk about your business later. Now, Ryder. After a pause, Seito continued. After saying that, Ryder's figure flashed, and he appeared not far from Ito, Sei, and Here. Take Here to Caster, Seito ordered. Ryder didn't speak and jumped directly to Here, whose fighting power was temporarily reduced. He reached out and helped her up, then jumped down from the floor with Here and fell to the ground floor. Well, now we can get to the point. After Ryder and Here left, Seito smiled. Then, a big magical power bloomed from Seito's body, like an oil painting, painting its own color and scenery on the space of the surrounding world. Inherent enchantment. Roa's face sank and said in a low voice, I didn't expect to meet such a promising magician here. It's really surprising when he said that. The surrounding space has been completely eroded by the magical power released by Seito, forming a mysterious space that can't be measured up, down, left, right, and space distance, wrapped him and Seito in it. But like this, you can't kill me, Roa said confidently. What if your soul is destroyed? Seito, who gradually released a mysterious aura, said with an evil smile. Roa's face froze. Then he sneered and refuted, Do you think you're a magician? In response, Ito whispered, Bakudo 61, 6 light prison. In an instant, 6 flat yellow lights suddenly appeared beside Roa and quietly pierced his waist and abdomen. This is... Immediately, Roa, who felt the strange state, said with a big change in his face. It's a special technique for the soul. Ito stepped forward and walked in front of Roa, while chuckling. It's a pity that releasing it requires a very high Reiki environment, and it can't be done outside. So I had to pull you into my world. It can also temporarily block your castle. As protection, it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Roa's face was fierce, struggling hard. Roa, enter eternal sleep. At this time, Ito, who walked in front of Roa, said softly. After saying that, without waiting for Roa to respond, a huge spiritual power, which shocked and frightened Roa, was instantly released from Ito's body, piercing Roa's mind through his eyes, and finding the core of Roa's soul in a strange way that didn't belong to this world. Roa was pulled into the world of his pure consciousness. In an instant, the scene around Roa and Ito changed, from the original changing enchantment space to a beautiful place where the mountain was covered with flowers and a bright full moon hung in the sky. This is... Roa's eyes widened. With a face full of disbelief, he quickly turned his body and looked around. The last pure land in your heart, Ito said softly. This was none other than the mausoleum where Roa first met the true ancestor 800 years ago, Elkit Brunstad, and had a deep understanding of the meaning of eternity. It was also the place where his love for Elkit turned into hatred. It was the final pure land and origin of his heart. Correspondingly, Roa's appearance at this time also changed from the original postmodern literary youth to the linen robe of a teacher. With the round-rimmed glasses on his face and his neatly combed, elegant hair, Roa looked very harmonious and perfect, just like a noble son in a fairy tale. Take a good look at it. This will be the last time you see it. Ito raised his palm with one hand, and a fluorescent white light blade composed of a large number of spirit particles appeared in his palm inexplicably, and he said lightly, "Who the hell are you? It's impossible that I haven't heard of a magician who can use this level of magic and spiritual power control." Roa, who also felt that he had really entered a desperate situation this time, said with a heavy face, "Ito, have you heard of it?" Ito asked with a playful face. Ito. Roa frowned. His mind kept thinking about the names of the powerful magicians in the world. But he was helpless. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any information about Ito. It seems that in the past 10 years, a lot of elites have emerged in the world. Roa whispered, "Come on, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Use your strength to fight for your life." Ito smiled and said again. Roa was not used to it, and raised his hand to push the small round mirror on his face. Then he stretched out his palm and cast a magic attack on Ito. Ito dodged, avoiding the lightning attack, and then suddenly appeared beside Roa like a cheetah, waving his light sword. Puff! Roa's arm instantly flew out from his body. Luowa's face changed, and he jumped back. At the same time, a formation appeared on the ground where he stood before, and a thick lightning spewed out from the ground. Seeing this, Ito, who originally wanted to pursue, had to stop and jump back. Then in the next moment, the sky whistled, and a large number of lightning swords shot towards Ito like rain. Ito narrowed his eyes and fiercely waved his sword forward. In an instant, a crescent-shaped spiritual sea blade light that seemed to have traversed the horizon rapidly shot out, meeting the thunder swords that filled the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The violent explosion immediately reverberated in the sky, and a dazzling light bloomed, illuminating the space. Ito didn't care about the light, and directly rushed toward Roa. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Roa. Roa, who had regrown his broken arm, waved his hand and activated a magic attack. Boom! A large amount of smoke appeared in front of Roa again. But before he could relax, Ito's figure suddenly appeared behind him, and a light sword in his hand fell, and with a poof sound, Roa was cut in half from top to bottom. Roa, who was cut in half, stared at Sei Ito, and then the light disappeared. From another place far away from Sei Ito, he recondensed his body. Looking at Roa, who reappeared, Sei Ito smiled, and then leaned forward again, dodging Roa's various magic attacks with superb skills, and appeared in front of him. The light sword in his hand danced, and Roa, who had just condensed his body, was cut into several pieces again. Then Roa's figure disappeared, and he recondensed his body in the distance. But for a long time, before he could exchange a few rounds with Sei Ito, as a pure magician, he died in the hands of Sei Ito, who could be said to be at the top of the world in MCMAU. This cycle repeated for a long time. Although Roa was still struggling to survive at this time, the consciousness space, which was a manifestation of his soul, began to rapidly melt and shrink at an unknown time. Even now, only the small hill they were standing on was left. As for the rest, they had all turned into good fog and completely disappeared. It must be known that this was a pure consciousness space evolved from Roa's soul and soul power. Everything that appeared here represented the strength of Roa's soul power. So it was obvious that after countless beheading and resurrection, Roa's originally powerful soul power was finally unable to bear the consumption and weakened to the extent that it could only maintain the foothold under his feet. It was believed that it would not take long for his soul power to be exhausted, and as Sei Ito said, he would completely die and return to his roots. Chapter 1876. Puff. The light of the blade flashed, and Roa's body was cut into two. How could I end like this? Roa, who fell into the ring at his feet, murmured in disbelief. I should live on, because you don't have that kind of fate, Sei Ito said softly as he looked down at Roa in front of his feet. Then he raised his hand and stabbed the light blade into Roa's brain. Roa, who knew that he was about to die, let out an unwilling howl. But in the next moment, his body suddenly burst into a pile of meaningless raydos and drifted into the dark space. Then the ring of light was extinguished, and the whole world was left with only darkness. Sei Ito, who stood alone in the dark world, emitting a faint light, and the blazing white light blade in front of his feet. Then Sei Ito exhaled softly, and his figure flashed, disappearing from the dark space. Almost at the very next moment when he disappeared, the Gowling light blade that was stuck in the pitch-black space suddenly exploded, forming a high-speed whirlwind of spiritual droplets that rapidly spread outwards at extremely high speed, destroying everything in its path until it finally disappeared along with the pitch-black space. At the same time outside, with a sudden ripple in the void, the figures of Sei Ito and Roa reappeared. Plop! Sei Ito casually threw Roa's body, who had lost his soul, on the ground in front of Elkeet. Roa's soul has been destroyed by me, and from now on, Roa will no longer exist in this world, Sei Ito said softly. I know. Elkeet looked at the body that could be said to be brain-dead in front of his feet with a complicated expression and said softly. The reason why Roa became a death apostle with unlimited reincarnation ability was that he tricked Elkeet to suck his blood when he was still a human. Using this to steal a portion of Elkeet's power, he was able to reincarnate into a death apostle and become one of the top existences among the 27 death apostles. Therefore, with Roa's death, Elkeet's stolen power also returned to her in a timely manner. So Elkeet immediately knew about Roa's death. Aren't you going to do anything? Sei Ito glanced at the corpse on the ground. Elkeet didn't say anything. He lowered his head and looked at the corpse beside his feet. No one knew what he was thinking. If you can't do it, I'll hand him over to here, Sei Ito said again after a pause. All right. Elkeet took a light breath and said softly. Sei Ito nodded slightly, stepped to Roa's side, and leaned over to pick him up again. Let's go down, Sei Ito said to Elkeet. Elkeet nodded. She followed Sei Ito to the hall on the first floor. A few minutes later, the two returned to the hall and saw Castor, who was busy, and Ryder and Here, who stayed near Castor. Master Chung, Seeing the two appear, Castor, who was busy, quickly stopped his movements and greeted them. Here's eyes fell on Roa's body in Sei Ito's hand in an instant, and her eyes were full of hatred. Here, you deal with him. Sei Ito threw Roa to the ground in front of Here and said. After a pause, Sei Ito continued, I have erased his soul, and from now on, there will be no more Roa in the world. Similarly, the immortal attribute you got will also disappear. So here, remember to pay attention to protect yourself when you fight in the future if you die at that time. But he's really dead. Here, who has been looking at Roa's body, didn't speak, and he didn't know whether she listened to those words or not. Castor, can the technique here be broken? Seeing this, Sei Ito sighed and turned to look at Castor and asked. It's a little troublesome. Castor said, the source of magic supply for this barrier is not from the person who set it up himself, but it relies on the wide field formed by the various technique points arranged in various places in the city. It provides magic by absorbing the vitality of the residents of the city. So even if the soul of the person who set it up dies, the barrier will still move normally without cutting off the magic supply. Is there no other way? Sei Ito frowned. I can try to use engineering to temporarily interfere with the normal operation of the barrier, so that the barrier will lose its ability to reverse time. Then let Rider destroy it with noble phantasm. Without the core, the entire barrier will naturally be broken. Castor thought for a moment and replied, Okay, then let's do that. Sei Ito nodded and agreed. Castor, who got the permission, didn't talk nonsense. He immediately used the things on the scene and the information obtained from the previous study to arrange the engineering magic that can interfere with the operation of the barrier. Under the joint action of Castor, who was a great magician, and Rider, who was proficient in magic, it didn't take long. The interference engineering was successfully arranged. Then, without seeing any light effect, Castor told everyone that it was ready. Here. Sei Ito turned to look at Here and shouted. The latter's eyes flashed. She immediately leaned over and punched Roa's body that had lost its soul. Boom! The red light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a big fire that wrapped Roa's body and burned it. Then Here stood up and kicked Roa's body that was wrapped in flames. Then she turned around and walked out of the building with Sei Ito, Elkeet, Katsur, and Rider. When he reached the outside of the building, Rider took out his noble phantasm, the Reign of Qing. He summoned the Pegasus and rode on it. Then, he flew into the sky and turned into a white meteor. He flew straight down to the building below. Almost instantaneously, the white meteor made by Rider hit the main body of the building heavily. Boom! It was as if a real meteor had descended. A huge explosion resounded in the night sky. Then, smoke and fire burst out, and a strong shock wave surged out in all directions. The strong wind blew in front of Sei Ito and the others in the blink of an eye. Castor stretched his arm forward and created a huge magic barrier, blocking all the smoke and debris. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. After 10 seconds, all the changes were over, and the situation of the building was exposed again. At this moment, the originally towering building completely collapsed, shattering into countless pieces and debris that scattered on ground. Then, after another 5 to 6 seconds, Rider returned to everyone's side. Let's go, Sei Ito said lightly. Then everyone turned around and left, returning to the house that Sei Ito asked people to get in Mitsumachi. But this time, because of the previous experience, Ziyuan was not in a hurry to ask for blood from Elkeet. She quietly stayed in her laboratory and continued her experiment. Seeing this, Liz and Bai Fei didn't want to overstep their boundaries and stood to the side silently. Similarly, Elkeet didn't show any opinion on Shine Yuan, Liz, and Bai Fei. In this way, everyone rested in the house in harmony. Unfortunately, this kind of thing didn't last long. In the early hours of the morning, with a soft sound, Shine Yuan's figure quietly appeared in the room. Like a night thief, she quickly moved to the door of Elkeet's room, then carefully opened the door and rushed into the room. In an instant, Elkeet, who was only wearing a big shirt and lying on the bed, appeared in Shine Yuan's eyes. Shine Yuan's eyes flashed slightly. Then she flicked her finger and shot out an ether optical fiber. But just as the optical fiber was about to hit, Elkeet, who should have been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed the invisible ether optical fiber. He slowly sat up and looked coldly at Ziyuan in the room. Seeing this, Shine Yuan no longer hesitated. She waved her hands again and again, wrapping more ether optical fibers around Elkeet, intending to capture her. Elkeet jumped up from the bed. At the same time, she waved her hand. 5 charcoal lights shot out from her hand. Pa pa pa. They cut through the tough ether fibers and flew towards Ziyuan without any decrease in power. Shine Yuan jumped to the side and dodged the attack. Bang! The mist attack left 5 cracks on the walls and door that were thicker than a human arm. Under this sound, Sei Ito, Liz, Baifei, Castor, and Ryder immediately woke up and rushed to Elkeet's room. But at this time, a muffled sound was heard. Shine Yuan, who looked very embarrassed, rushed out of the broken door. Her eyes flashed as she looked at Sei Ito and the others who had just rushed over. Then she continued to rush forward. Almost at the same moment he ran away, another 5 cold and sharp rays of light flew out from the room and landed on the wall opposite the corridor, leaving 5 deep cracks. Then a figure flashed, and Elkeet's figure appeared in the corridor. Elkeet, seeing that Elkeet was about to chase after them, Sei Ito quickly shouted. Elkeet frowned when he heard this, but he still stopped his pursuit. He turned around and looked at Ito Sei with a calm gaze. Okay, it's okay, you guys go back and rest. Sei Ito sighed helplessly, then turned his head and said to Baifei, Liz, Baifei, Castor, and Ryder. Chapter 1877. After the others left, Sei Ito stepped in front of Elkeet, held her hand, and pulled her back to his bedroom. I'll apologize to you on behalf of Ziyuan. Sei Ito closed the door and let Elkeet sit on the bed. He pulled a chair over and sat down in front of Elkeet. He reached out his hands to grab Elkeet's hands and said softly, although I don't know what exactly happened, I can guess that it should be to get your blood to help with the experiment and find a way to reverse the death apostle transformation. This is now Ziyuan's biggest worry, so it may be a little extreme, but I believe that she definitely has no malicious intentions towards you. Sei Ito looked straight into Elkeet's eyes and continued. I don't like her method. Elkeet said angrily like a willful little girl. I know, Sei Ito said repeatedly. Then he asked softly with some hesitation, but can't you give her a little of your blood? No. Elkeet refused straightforwardly. Are you worried that she will use your blood for other things? Sei Ito asked back. I'm not worried about this kind of thing. Elkeet curled her lips and said, although we can create existences like death apostles by sucking blood, the blood of our ancestors does not have any special power. Even if it is taken by an outsider, it is impossible for the other party to obtain any power through our blood. At most, it can be used as a magic potion, but the premise is that the user can withstand the frenzied mental impact caused by the release of the blood. If that's the case, then why aren't you willing to give some of your blood to Ziyuan for research? Sei Ito asked in surprise. I don't like the way she looks at me. Elkeet replied. The way she looks at you? Sei Ito was puzzled. Well, it's like the way you humans feel when looking at animals in the zoo. Elkeet thought for a moment and described it. Hearing this, Sei Ito finally understood. Probably because she had been an alchemist for too long, Ziyuan looked at many things with a research gaze. Just like some mad scientists in modern society, coupled with the fact that Ziyuan had been in a state of crazy research for the past 2 years, when she looked at Elkeet, the person she wanted to use to find the key to reverse death apostolization, she also subconsciously looked at him as if he was looking at experimental material, which caused Elkeet's disgust. Because of this, she had been unwilling to contribute her blood to Ziyuan's research. However, since he had found the root of the problem, the following matters were much easier to handle. How about this? Sei Ito said after some thought. Then, under Elkeet's curious gaze, he continued. Let's find Lynn and let him use the power of nightmare to make her have nightmares as punishment. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do it, Elkit said happily. Sei Ito smiled and stood up from the chair. She turned around and sat on the bed. Elkit, Sei Ito said softly. In. Elkit turned her head and looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled expression. Let's do it again, Sei Ito said with a smile. What? Elkit asked back. Kiss. Sei Ito put his head in front of Elkit, looked in her eyes, and said softly, Kiss, kiss. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Elkit, who suddenly remembered what happened on the top of a building before the crusade against Roa, blushed. She whispered shyly. Seeing this, Sei Ito, who had experienced hundreds of battles, did not hesitate. He immediately stretched his head, opened his mouth, and sucked Elkit's lips. He stuck out his tongue into Elkit's jade pool and tangled with her tongue. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and wrapped it around Elkit's waist. He held her tightly in his arms. Ugh, Elkit, whose mouth was invaded, subconsciously let out a low moan from her throat. Then, Sei Ito's body gently pressed down, pressing Elkit down on the bed. Then, his free hand moved to the hem of Elkit's shirt and cleverly picked it up. His hand instantly slid into Elkit's clothes, then moved up along Elkit's smooth skin and finally landed on her full chest. In an instant, a wonderful and soft feeling that could not be grasped with one hand passed from the center of his palm. Don't, Elkit said in a muffled voice. Ito-sei didn't pay attention to her. His palms continued to rub gently. Under Sei Ito's movements, Elkit let out another low groan as he breathed through his nose. After a moment, Sei Ito straightened up, and his right index finger gently brushed past Elkit's clothes. In an instant, there was a tearing sound, and Elkit's shirt was completely torn open, faintly revealing Elkit's body. Sei Ito reached out and pulled open a piece of his shirt. He lowered his head and sucked on a grape on Elkit's chest. Then his other hand slid down the curve of her body and moved to the vital part of her lower body. From the side, he reached the cord of the true ancestors and gently explored it. Don't do this, Elkit, whose face was completely red, said softly. Then, a seductive voice filled with suppressed moans echoed in the room. Elkit clearly had great power, but at this moment, she was even weaker than an ordinary girl, and she allowed Sei Ito to do whatever he wanted to her body. After a moment, Sei Ito let go, moved his body up, and kissed Elkit's lips again. A few minutes later, just when Elkit thought that she was going to lose her virginity today, Ito-sei suddenly stopped. He raised his body slightly and looked down at her with a smile. Her face was flushed red, and she was panting. Next time, give it to me, Sei Ito whispered in Elkit's ear again. Elkit's face was full of shyness as she replied softly. Okay, go to sleep. Sei Ito pulled out his hand that was exploring the court of the true ancestors. He looked at the water stains on it, flicked his finger, and the water stains on it were dry. Then, he lay down beside Elkit and hugged her. Elkit moved her body and changed into a comfortable position. Why did you suddenly stop? Elkit asked in a small voice. I wanted to eat you just like that, but the place is not right, and the time is not right, Sei Ito replied softly. That was indeed the reason why he suddenly stopped. After all, in this house, in addition to him and Elkit, there were also Castor, Ryder, Heer, Cheyenne, and Lizbai Fei. Although everyone knew that he was a hooligan, it was still inappropriate to do that kind of thing with Elkit when she just had a conflict with Cheyenne. Of course, that was only one of the reasons. In fact, there was another reason that prevented him from going further. Elkit's identity as a true ancestor. It's not that he disliked her or anything. After all, although true ancestors were non-human creatures, they were still humanoid creatures. What's more, Elkit was a special existence among the true ancestors. She was almost exactly the same as a human, so there was no psychological barrier when doing that kind of thing with her. However, Elkit's relationship with the world and Gaia made Sei Ito feel a little troublesome. As a natural crystal created by Gaia, Sei Ito was very worried that he would attract Gaia's attention when he combined with Elkeet. Although at this time, he had basically completed the main purpose of staying in this world, seeing that there was still a side income, the power of the world, waiting for him to earn, he had no reason to give up, so he had to temporarily suppress the idea of eating Elkeet and stopped in front of the Jade Gate. "Oh," Elkeet responded in a low voice, then buried her head in Sei Ito's chest and closed her eyes to rest. Sei Ito tightened his arms and also fell asleep. The next night was uneventful, and in the blink of an eye, it was the second day. From this day onwards, Sei Ito and others became leisurely again. During the day, he either accompanied Here, Castor, Ryder, Elkeet, or Liz and Byron to wander around the streets and play around, where he took the flying car and high-speed rail to visit Asakami Fujino, Amber, Liuli, and Yin Feng's daughter, Karen Aldacia, Sakura Tasaka, and Rin Tasaka, who he rescued from a monastery 2 years ago. He was living a carefree and comfortable life, and he felt a little tired, although during this period, after Len's nightmare punishment, Sei Ito persuaded Elkeet to give about 10 milliliters of true ancestors' blood to Cheyenne for research. The grudge between the two of them was formed. So in normal times, as long as the two of them met, it was inevitable for them to fight. After that, Castor and Here gradually became enemies because of the struggle for food, so Sei Ito, who was in the middle of them, was very helpless. He even had the intention to give up earning extra money, pack up his things, and leave. After all, with the support of the vast Rubik's Cube world, as long as they were alone in each world, any problem could be solved. In this way, in the midst of the chaos, the summer of 2001 came in a blink of an eye. Have you heard? Someone went missing in the park yesterday. Is it the legendary vampire killing people again? Wow, that's not over yet. There have been murders like this before. The guy who kills every woman he sees around here seems to be the guy who came back after he regained consciousness. Yesterday, the alley was also littered with scattered corpses. Don't know when it started. Such rumors began to spread in the streets. Chapter 1878. P.S. Thank you to Z882339 for your precious monthly votes. Recently, there have been a lot of strange rumors circulating in the town. That evening, during dinner, Here, who was eating curry rice with a satisfied expression, casually said, "Vampires killing people, hunting people, and so on." As soon as he said this, and who was eating silently, immediately changed her expression. She put down the bowl and chopsticks with a bang and straightened her body. "What did you say?" Ziyuan looked at Here with a scary expression and asked. "Phew, you scared me. What are you doing, Ziyuan?" Because of the sudden noise, he choked on his food. He hurriedly grabbed the bowl of soup on the table, raised his head, and drank all the soup. Only then did he put down the empty bowl and take a deep breath. He looked a little displeased as he said, "It's fine." At the same time, other people also looked at Ziyuan. "Sorry." Ziyuan took a deep breath, apologized in a low voice, and then asked again, "You said that there are rumors about vampires killing people in the town. Is it true?" "Of course, if you don't believe me, you can go out and walk around. You will definitely hear rumors about these." Seeing Ziyuan apologize, Here no longer cared and nodded affirmatively. Ziyuan, who got a definite answer, didn't say anything. She directly walked away from the chair and quickly walked to the door. "Ziyuan," Seito called out. Ziyuan, who heard the call, paused, but immediately moved again. She came to the entrance, put on her shoes, pushed the door open, and walked out. Bang! The door, which lost its external support, closed heavily. "I'll go and take a look." Seeing Ziyuan leave, Liz and Baifei quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks and got up. "Liz, sit down. Ziyuan is not in danger." Seito stopped them. Liz and Baifei thought for a while. It seemed that there was indeed no power in this city that could hurt Ziyuan, so they sat down again and continued to enjoy dinner with everyone. Half an hour later, dinner was over. Jialan went into the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Seito and others sat on the sofa and watched TV. Elkeet, you should have sensed what's going on outside, right? Seito suddenly said while watching TV. What? Elkeet, who was enjoying the show, asked in confusion. It's about the rumors outside, Seito said softly. What's wrong with those rumors? Demetrius, who wasn't dressed as a magician, asked curiously. In contrast, Liz and Baifei's expressions changed slightly, and a grave expression appeared on their faces. It can't be that, right? Shire, who had also thought of something, said in surprise. So you guys know about it too. Elke was a little surprised to see Liz, Baifei, and Here's reaction. Looks like I'm right, Seito said softly when he saw Elkeet's expression. What are you going to do? Elke asked curiously. Seito asked with a smile. Since he has delivered himself to us and is closely related to Ziyuan's situation, and he is also your target, there is no reason for us to let him go, right? Let him disappear completely. A few hours later, Ziyuan, who had left earlier, returned to the house. Seito, who had been sitting on the sofa waiting for her return, looked up at Ziyuan and said softly, Are you sure? Yes, Ziyuan responded in a low voice with a heavy expression. Seeing this, Seito stood up from the sofa and walked slowly to Ziyuan's side. He stretched out his hands and hugged her in his arms. He put his head close to Ziyuan's ear and said softly, Don't worry, this time we will definitely destroy him, destroy the Knight of Valesia. Let you get rid of his influence. That's right, the rumors circulating outside were the signs that the Knight of Valesia was about to begin. However, because it was impossible to rely on the hidden worries in Shirgui's heart to materialize various phenomena, like in the original work, it was impossible to materialize the fear from Seito's side. This time, the Knight of Valesia was still the same as what happened in the Italian suburban town. It achieved the initial convergence of power by taking the inner elements of the human heart in the town. That is, the rumors outside. Ziyuan was silent. She just leaned her head on Seito's shoulder with a tired expression. Okay, I've already let you take advantage of me a lot. Let me go. After a while, Ziyuan's voice sounded in Seito's ear. I clearly didn't do anything. Seito smiled bitterly, but he still let Ziyuan go as she said, What else do you want to do? Ziyuan, who stood up straight, looked at Seito with a sarcastic expression and said, You know, Seito chuckled. Then go find your true ancestor and servant. They will satisfy you. Ziyuan said lightly. After saying that, she walked past Seito and went straight back to her own laboratory room. With a bang, she closed herself in the room. Seito shrugged and returned upstairs. It turns out that you also have a time when you are rejected. Elkeet, who was leaning against the corner of the stairs with her arms crossed, looked at Seito coming upstairs with a smile and said, Huh. Ito-sei gave a hollow laugh, walked to Elkeet's side, and put his hand around Elkeet's waist. Go find your servant and hear. Elkeet snorted softly. Her body nimbly dodged, then quickly ran back to the room upstairs, turned around, and looked at Seito, who followed up and said. After that, she shrank her body and closed the bedroom door with a bang. Looking at the closed door, Seito shook his head helplessly with a wry smile, turned, and walked into the room next to Castor's room. Almost at the next moment, when he entered Castor's room, the door of Elkeet's room was opened again with a soft sound. Elkeet's figure was revealed from the crack of the door. Her face was a little unhappy. She let out a snort. Then she closed the door again with a bang sound. Master Chong. In Castor's room. Seeing Seito come in, Demetrius whispered with a happy and shy face. Seito smiled and walked to Demetrius's side. Annoying guy. At the same time, in another room, Elkeet, who was lying on the bed, muttered to himself in a low voice. Okay, it didn't take long for Elkeet to calm down. She turned sideways, curled up her body like a baby in its mother's womb. She slightly closed her palm, scratched a wrinkle on the sheet, and whispered Seito's name. Okay. Just like that, an unknown amount of time passed. Only then did Elkeet slowly fall asleep. At this time, it was already early in the morning. Even a faint white morning light faintly appeared on the horizon. However, at this moment, with a soft creak, the door that had been closed quietly opened. Ito-sei's figure appeared from behind the door. He walked into the room, quietly like a thief sneaking into someone's house at night, and gently closed the door behind him. He walked to the bed, slowly climbed on the bed, and lay down on his side. He reached out and hugged Elkeet without waking her up. Then Ito closed his eyes and had a good rest. Until a few hours later, okay. Elkeet, who had just woken up from her sleep, whispered in surprise. Yes, it's Inari, who woke up at the same time as Elkeet, pretended to be sleepy and whispered in response. Then he tightened his arms and hugged Elkeet tightly in his arms. When did you come in? Elkeet curiously asked. When you were asleep. Ito turned over with Elkeet in his arms. Lying flat on the bed, he said vaguely, Didn't you enter Castor's room? Why are you looking for me? Elkeet pretended to be angry. You and Demetrius can't be missing. Ito replied while pretending to be confused. Although she was very happy with Ito's performance when he returned at night, Elkeet still snorted with some dissatisfaction. But after that, Elkeet didn't say anything. She laid her head on Ito's chest. She closed her eyes and listened to his heartbeat. Thump, thump. Ito, who discovered all this through his senses, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and a somewhat sneaky smile appeared on his face. After this brief interlude, Yi Zichen's expression changed. Ito's group turned all their attention to the upcoming night of Valesia, waiting for the event to happen. Ito and the others didn't have to wait for long. 5 days later, on the night when the moon was the roundest and fullest, a strange force came to Ito and Elkeet. Here they come. Then, who was standing on the empty street, said softly. There was not a single pedestrian on the street. But at this time, her performance was very bad. One hand was holding her abdomen horizontally. The other hand was supporting her head. Her body was bent, her legs were leaning inward, and her whole body was trembling to a degree visible to the naked eye. Her expression was very ugly. If you are afraid, go back quickly. Otherwise, not only can you not help, but you will also drag us down. Standing on the side, Elkeet, who had a grudge with Shine Yuan because of the blood incident, spoke sarcastically as usual. Even so, Shine Yuan struggled. Then, she struggled to stand up straight. At this moment, Ito stretched out his hand and pressed on Shine Yuan's shoulder and said softly, Shine Yuan, don't worry. We will definitely be able to destroy the night of Valesia. Shine Yuan's body trembled, and she turned her head to look at Ito beside her. At the same time, she didn't know if it was because of his gesture or Ito gave her a sense of security. But Shine Yuan's trembling body suddenly calmed down for some reason. Yes, Shine Yuan, I will protect you. On the side, Liz and Bai-Fei said. Liz, turning her head to look at Liz and Bai-Fei, who had changed in a night attire, Shine Yuan couldn't help but think of the scene of the lake where the other party blocked Tartari and let her escape. Yeah, with me here, a night of Valesia will be no problem. Pierre also said with an exaggerated smile on his face. Everyone, Shine Yuan whispered with a touched face. I understand, but if I'm affected by the night of Valesia, please don't hesitate to kill me immediately. Then, Shine Yuan took a deep breath and looked seriously at her companions who had been with her for 1 to 2 years. For a moment, everyone fell silent. That won't happen. Ito squeezed Shine Yuan's shoulder hard and said softly. Then, without waiting for Shine Yuan to refute, he withdrew his hand and announced, Let's go. Then, everyone stepped forward and moved to the tallest building in Sanma County that was not yet completed. As the tallest building in the entire county, although it was not completed yet, it was enough to be the core temple of the night of Valesia. So as long as they got there, they would definitely be able to encounter the night of Valesia that was appearing. Fortunately, everyone had already arrived near the building before the night of Valesia began, so it didn't take long for them to successfully reach the location of the building. Then, They walked into the building and took the elevator that had already begun to operate to the top floor. Ding, with a soft sound, the elevator door slowly opened on both sides, and then a large platform filled with a lot of building materials came into view. Sei Ito and the others walked out of the elevator and slowly walked into the platform. But then, everyone's expressions changed, and they stopped and looked ahead. Less than 10 meters in front of them, a pitch-black sphere that seemed to be condensed into a deep universe was suspended in mid-air. Its surface was covered with many rays of light and electricity that looked like starlight. It was like a high-speed spinning shedding, sucking in the surrounding air, creating streams of wind currents that could be seen with the naked eye. The Knight of Alasia. Looking at the black ball, Xian Yuan said in a deep voice with a ferocious expression, "It's not even midnight yet, but it's already about to form a Tartari." But before her voice faded away, a strong feeling suddenly emerged from her body. In an instant, Xian Yuan bent her body and knelt on the ground. She hugged her body with both hands, and her face began to transform into the form of a death apostle that she had seen in the past. Obviously, she was under the influence of her superior unit, the Knight of Alasia. Of course, the superior here referred to the person who had bitten her. If it had been another death apostle, even if it was one of the 27 ancestors, Xian Yuan would not have had such a big reaction just by seeing him. This was the main reason why she could maintain her rationality when facing the true ancestor, Elkit, who was stronger than death. "Xian Yuan, pull yourself together," Liz and Baifei said loudly. "I know, I will never admit defeat at this level." Xian Yuan, who tried hard to suppress her blood-sucking impulse, said firmly. Then, as she said, she suppressed her blood-sucking impulse and stood up from the ground with sweat all over her forehead. Chapter 1879. Xian Yuan grabbed the black pistol that emerged from the void with one hand, pointed the muzzle at the black ball in front of her, and said loudly, "How long do you want to be silent?" "Verasia, since you have obtained the form, that is to say, you have no will. If there is anything missing, just say it." As soon as Xian Yuan's voice fell, the black ball, which had been spinning at a high speed, immediately stopped spinning. Then a voice that seemed to resound in everyone's mind came out from the black ball. "Unromantic." As soon as this remark came out, Xian Yuan, who had just suppressed the blood-sucking impulse, once again showed a painful expression on her face. "You actually appeared on the backstage of the stage before the start of the show. Haven't you grown up a little after that night, Eltram? It seems that even after hundreds of years, the people of Atlas still haven't learned the quality of elegance." The voice from the black ball said again. At the same time, Xian Yuan, who was more affected, also made a painful scream. "Xian Yuan," Liz and Baifei whispered, and together with Here, who was dressed in combat armor, they stood in front of Xian Yuan, putting on a posture of attack at any time. Sei Ito and Elkit, who were next to them, didn't do anything, as if they were going to watch coldly. As for the other caster and rider, as well as the artificial doll, Sei Ito didn't let them fall on the grounds that he didn't need so much combat power. "You are also very unromantic. Don't you understand? That girl should have a question that she must ask me face to face, right? Ziyu and Eltramartaxia. What?" Liz and Baifei turned to look at Xian Yuan with some surprise. "That's right, Verasia," Xian Yuan admitted honestly. "I have a question to ask you." "Ask. Although there's no connection now, you're still my descendant. As the god of the clan, it is my obligation to help you cut off your troubles," the black ball said. However, it was not difficult to see from this paragraph. Even though Zephyr's form was more indefinite than 3 years ago, on the consciousness level, as the former head of the Eltram family, Zephyr's consciousness still remained in the Knight of Alasia and acted as the main consciousness. 3 years ago, Verasia. 3 years ago, when you were Haunt, you annihilated all of us. That's not a problem. That's the responsibility of me, who can't explain Tatari to the church, and those who can't understand Tatari. Xing, who was half kneeling on the ground, said with difficulty. But when they got here, Ziyuan's voice suddenly rose. He questioned loudly, but, yet, you went against common sense there? Why? Why did you? Seriously, even at this time, you're still bringing up that kind of thing and using it as the source of your revenge. I remember I answered you 3 years ago. I told you it was because we were in the same boat, said Zephyr. This doesn't make sense. For you who only existed for one night, being a death apostle is unnecessary. However, just because I'm your descendant, you, who had long separated yourself from Eltram, actually took pity on me because of this, Ziyuan said loudly. You're saying that because you're Eltram's blood ancestor. That's why I? Zephyr said with a sneer. Then he laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, that's really satisfying. Is it because you can't accept the fact that I, who discredited Eltram, spared you as a blood ancestor? After a moment, Zephyr's laughter stopped, and his voice was full of ridicule. What? Ziyuan's face showed a look of astonishment. Because of this misunderstanding and humiliation, you were unable to restrain your anger, so you chased me to this place? Zephyr, who did not care what Ziyuan thought, continued. You said, misunderstanding? Ziyuan said in disbelief. Think about it again, Ziyuan Eltram. Just because of this reason, I will treat you as my own kind? Are you pretending not to notice and averting your gaze? Or do you think that time can solve everything? You didn't notice anything and just appeared in front of me like this. Seeing that Ziyuan was still unable to accept the fact, Zephyr issued a series of questions. Speaking of the land, why did you leave Atlas House? It can't be to ask such a boring question, right? Don't you know? The truth of your misunderstanding? My misunderstanding? Zian murmured with a blank expression. In the end, all the knowledge, thoughts, ideas, and laws you obtained, none of them were produced by Ziyuan Eltram. They were just borrowed from other people's songs. Because this is reasonable, Atlas Academy also has a positive attitude towards this. But you're too good at seizing knowledge from others. Invading other intelligence centers is the same as infiltrating other people's selves. Originally, it is very difficult to invade other people's own world with developed knowledge and knowledge, because the mature self will exclude knowledge and ideas that are different from oneself. Ziyuan, who vaguely realized something from Zephyr's words, fell into deep thought. You only specialized this characteristic in order to inherit the name of Eltram. So, for you, the act of extracting information from other people's minds is common sense and common sense. And you can extract information from others without resistance. Yes, that's why I often remain neutral and don't hold my own will. I only keep the common sense obtained from gathering information. However, there is still a feeling of disharmony. No matter how I calculate, I still can't understand why. That's why I agreed not to return to Atlas Academy after being rescued by Seito. I believe that as long as I get new information, I should be able to determine what I have doubts about. It's impossible for you to notice. Girl, if you notice this contradiction, Ziyuan Eltram will collapse. The black ball said as if it knew what Ziyuan was thinking. Since you were born as a human, you often have this question. Self-abuse, betrayal, kindness, universal love. Humans are just monkeys with these functions. That's why I gave you my blood to turn you into a vampire. In order to prevent your performance as my kind from declining. Same kind, Zen muttered repeatedly, as if she was about to collapse. Aren't you going to stop him? At this time, Elkeet whispered in Seito's ear. No, although the impact this time is difficult for her to accept, as long as she survives it, it may be an opportunity for her to transform. After all, although I can usually prevent her from using the Ethernet fiber to collect information, I still can't let her notice her abnormality. If this goes on for a long time, her final outcome will definitely not be good. Seito said lightly. Aren't you afraid that she will be broken? Elkeet asked. No, if it really comes to that, I will help her find herself again and establish a real world of her own. Seito replied with a smile. At this time, Zephyr's voice once again sounded in the ears of Ziyuan, Sei-To, and the others who had entered the collapse process. I also want to ask you a question. You have the body of a vampire, but you reject it. Why? For the pursuit of truth, is it necessary to have a human body? Girl of Eltram, you've always been reasonably obtaining information from others. If you have a better body, isn't it reasonable and natural to transfer to that body? Why are you so obsessed with human beings? As soon as this series of questions came out, Ziyuan's expression changed again. The reason why I refuse to become a vampire, the reason why I insist on not drinking blood. I hate having to take something from others. Ziyuan muttered to herself. Isn't this contradictory, Eltram? You don't hate to take information from others, but you hate to take blood from others. How stupid. Zephyr's words pierced straight into Ziyuan's heart like a sword. Ziyuan's expression froze, and she lowered her head stupidly. Ziyuan, Liz and Baifei shouted with worried faces. Shut up, you guy, Heer said coldly. Yes, you're contradicting yourself, Eltram. Zephyr, who ignored Heer's words, continued. You can take information from others without hesitation, but you refuse to take blood from others. This kind of contradiction. It's really stupid, Eltram. You, who hate vampires, have probably continued to live in the same way as vampires from the moment you were born. Shut up. Ziyuan's body fell to the ground weakly, and she said with difficulty, Have you finally realized your mistake? Ziyuan Eltram, you can't even realize such a simple feeling, but this is something you should be proud of, Zephyr said loudly, completely inconsiderate of Ziyuan's feelings. You can't even realize your own guilt and can only understand the thoughts of others. Ziyuan Eltram, although you exist, you are just a transparent body that continues to collect the knowledge of others. There's no need to continue, right? I was born because of the information of others, and you can't exist without extracting information from others. I am the same as you because of this. Zephyr added fuel to the fire. We are life forms that can't survive without information. Is there anything in this world that can be called the same as us? Ziyuan, who was lying on the ground, shrank her body into a ball and let out a painful howl. Obviously, she, Ziyuan Eltram, had broken down. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.